Hello. Hello, hello. I'm on Portable and playing Voice Cards Beast of Burden. What's that? What is that? Today we're gonna be doing something special. Yeah. So I was gonna go live just to do the usual Elden Ring playthrough stuff. But then I ran into a video on YouTube. A Yoko Taro game? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I wish he would make non-mobile games. That would be cooler. So first I want to watch a video today. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, I understand that. I understand that you're on phone. The game is on Steam. Interesting. I assumed it was on mobile because it seems like Yoko Taro makes mobile games these days. Don't worry about it. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. All right. Trench coat need the way? Huh? French. I see. All right. Let's watch this video. All right, is this gonna be fine? Oh god, and let's go here. Are you fucking serious? Are you kidding me? Someone started like piercing their walls at this hour on a Saturday. Bruh. Ugh. Mm, 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 mm. All right, let's watch this. It's gonna be some. I watched the first 5 minutes of this video, and I thought it would be something interesting to watch on stream. It's kind of funny.
This video, I need to say a few things that are very important. First of all, in order to get the entire context of this situation, you really need to watch the entire video. So I ask that you reserve judgment until you have the full story, so we're not out here leaving hate comments not knowing all of the information, and that goes both ways. Second of all, I do have some bias in this because Aridin is a personal friend of mine and fellow content creator who I've worked with in the past, but he reached out to me and asked if I'd be willing to give him a platform to defend himself and to speak his case because number one, this is a subject that we've covered here on the channel before, and with my channel being more of a news-oriented reporting style, it would just work a lot better. But let me get you up to speed real quick. For those of you who may not be familiar with Aridin, he's a fellow Elden Ring content creator who mainly focuses on the lore, covering it in some of the most thorough manner you'll ever see. And he does some extreme extensive research to make sure everything he says is genuinely correct or to the best of his ability, and he recently made a video covering the history of Limgrave and Stormvale Castle. The video was over an hour long, breaking down the extensive environmental storytelling of the area and presenting new ideas that had yet to be covered on YouTube. However, a new video came out recently by a much larger channel called The Nth Apple, who primarily covers Fallout lore, but also made a video covering the history of Limgrave and Stormvale Castle. Now, the video was brought to Aridin's attention by a lot of people who noticed very striking similarities between the two videos, most notably in parts of the lore that Aridin discussed that aren't as concrete, which he'll get into later. Now, personally, I'm not going to give an opinion on this matter as I think it's important that I stay neutral. However, before I turn it over to Aridin, I need to say something very important. I recently made a video talking about the issue of plagiarism in the Souls community, and every time that's talked about, the same counter argument always appears. People try to say, well, you can't technically own the lore and people are going to come to similar conclusions, so why does it even matter? Here's the thing. The breakdown of the lore in the Souls game has a primary component in collaboration. Since the story is so obscure, it's very important that people share their ideas and build off one another's findings. This has been going on for years and has led to a healthy and thriving community. Now, a majority of these findings are going to be made by people with significantly smaller audiences than those that cover it, and sometimes those people with much larger audiences don't give the credit back to the people that originally made the discoveries or presented those ideas first to the people that covered it. And when the larger people then claim the credit for having the idea in the first place, then it creates frustration and breaks down the community. And when this happens on a large scale, it feeds into this downward spiral that's not good for anybody, so it's important that when this happens, it's called out and the proper credit is given back to the people that made the first discovery. Now, of course, it's not a race and people do sometimes come to the same conclusions. However, you'll notice in the majority of the lore videos out there, and in most of my videos, the sources are always cited. And so with that, Aridin believes the Nth Apple has seen his video and taken a lot of his findings, painting them as his own, and I ask that you watch all of the evidence to come to your own conclusion.
Okay.
So let's get into it.
Before I begin explaining what I believe is evidence, I feel the need to first explain why the lore found within the Soulsborne games and the research around it is different compared to other series of games, and specifically the Fallout series of games. The reason for spotlighting Fallout is because the accused has had many years of experience telling the stories found within those games, and so their community has grown because of that. I know that I'll be preaching to the choir of the Healing Church for those who are familiar with the Soulsborne games, so if you have anything to add, or just to strengthen my point on the differences, please comment down below.
I'll be honest, I have no idea what kind of differences he's talking about here. Also, this is about almost as far as I watched first.
Compared to the Soulsborne games, Fallout contains a lot more source material in-game for the player to piece together. Examples are more characters and their dialogue, this usually being very specific on the happenings found in-game, audio recordings involving characters and events, the player journal detailing quest-related information, and finally, the overall presentation of the quests and story in general. It is much more dependent on the dialogue, the journals, the notes, and audio recordings than it is its environmental storytelling. That is not to say that Fallout doesn't contain events that can only be pieced together through environmental observations, but those stories are microscopic when compared to what's seen within the Soulsborne games. The reason for the Souls games becoming as popular as they have is not only down to their difficulty, but because of the dedicated community that digs deep into the games, pulling out new, logical, and even fact-based theories years after release. This dedication and commitment has built a level of respect and ownership.
It's really unfortunate that someone decided to do some actual housework when I decided to stream on a Saturday. I hope you guys can't hear it on the mic. I might have to mute sometimes.
Ownership to those who spend hours and hours poring over each individual detail, piecing it together and presenting a theory on an event.
I'm sorry, what did he say here?
Level of respect and ownership to those who spend hours and hours poring over each individual detail, piecing it together and presenting a theory on an event.
I mean, does it really matter to have ownership over these ideas? I don't know. I feel like lore is lore. I guess it's nice to be credited if you found something out. But that mostly only matters from a content creation perspective, right? Like, most of the lore is made by people that don't make like videos or anything like that. And most of the, if you can formulate any idea about the game's lore, chances are someone out there like already formulated them or made a Reddit post about them. They just don't get that much traction, and people do reach like similar conclusions. So who's the actual owner of the idea then? Is it like, can we calculate a factor, like a score based on how early and how big your channel is or something? Because even no matter how like original you think your theory is, there is someone out there who made that theory too and maybe even posted it in some forum somewhere or like talked about it on some Discord. So I agree with you. Yeah. It just seems like I understand. Or maybe you have to see it from a perspective of if someone saw a theory somewhere, he should at least credit where he saw it. Regardless of if the place where he saw it was the first quote unquote owner of the idea, even though that the concept itself doesn't make much sense.
A channel that those within the Souls community should be familiar with is Hawkshaw. 5 years after the initial release of Dark Souls, they began producing content that went against the preconceived understandings of the game. Through their hard work, new perspectives were found, and we as a whole came much closer to the truth of certain events. We within this community own our good and bad theories, and it is because of a bad theory that I know the accused to be lying. The damning theory and final nail in the coffin will come at the end. First, I will highlight the other noteworthy evidence before.
So he's saying that, from what I understand, he's saying that because whatever channel quote unquote copied him, like used a similar bad conclusion. It's like having like It's like when a teacher knows if someone is cheating on a test, and he sees that two people have the same wrong answer or the same wrong justification for their like test answer, and that's how he knows that they like one of them copied from the other. I guess that's what he's saying.
Laying the accused to rest. I recommend watching both videos before continuing with this section, as the examples given help present the bigger picture. Full perspective and understanding cannot be gained until both are watched in their entirety.
But I think the problem is accepting that we know nothing. I mean, yeah, that's true. I haven't watched both videos, to be fair. They are both like 1 hour long videos on Limgrave, which doesn't really interest me that much.
Godfrey was an unmatched conqueror, but beneath his rage was a shred of respect to those who he deemed worthy. This trait would continue when grace would no longer guide him, with the armor of champions only being reserved for those who had slaughtered countless foes. The importance of the painting is paramount, as during this period there was already a monarch of the mountain. This was the Stormhawk King, Lord of the Storm, who Godfrey faced, alone. Ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign back in the days, when Stormvale's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons.
Okay. So that was the original video.
Now, one of the only in-game mentions we get regarding the Stormlord, the original ruler of Stormvale, is in regards to Godfrey the Golden, the first consort the Queen Marika had.
Why did they call him Godfrey the Golden? Like, he was never called the Godfrey the Gold, like the Golden in game, was he? That's Godwin's title.
And the previous Elden Lord to boot. At some point in the past, they had a confrontation with the Stormlord, and they came out victorious, vanquishing them, and presumably securing Stormvale as territory for their descendants. Indeed, despite Kenneth Height's disparaging remarks, Godric does indeed seem to be a descendant of Godfrey, even if he, in comparison to the man himself, is diluted to fuck. But if Godfrey vanquished the Stormlord, what exactly were they? Well, I believe that's just like with regards to the damage to the castle. The Chapel of Anticipation holds some answers for us. Within it, after we return using the portal located at the belfries, we can find a door beside the chapel that was once locked, now opened. Within, we can locate the spirit ash of the Stormhawk King, which reads as follows: Ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign, back in the days when Stormvale's winds still raged like no others. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons.
The dragon seen within the inner courtyard has been freshly felled. It remains intact and in relatively good condition. And it is here that Godric can be seen, admiring the dangling drake.
I mean, so far I don't see what's wrong. They're like showing like moments from both videos, which are talking about the same topics. Like the wording isn't even that similar, and they are like drawing very obvious similar conclusions. Like there was no like that's some very basic like lore conclusions or like deductions there. Like it's if one of them didn't say one of those things, it would be weird. As far as like Godfrey, Stormvale, and the Stormlord goes, that's like basic lore 101 for Stormvale. So I'm not sure exactly what they are showing here. I don't really see the issue.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. deliver me unto greater heights.
This beast I do not believe to have been felled by the Lord's hand, rather that its impalement came as an accident. This accident was the cause of an incident, which scars the castle walls. There's a type of damage which I have neglected to mention up until now, and I do not think it to be caused by meteoric impacts.
They think the damage of Stormveil is made by meteors. And I guess now he's gonna mention that some of the damage is made by claw marks.
The claw-like impressions are of a dragon's doing. There is also other damage that is too catastrophic when compared to the peppered profile of the outer walls. Radahn's effort did reach the inner court, but even the biggest boulders do not match up to the complete disintegration of the outlining walls. The impressions matched with the total destruction could only be caused by the mother of all dragons, whose sunken slumber looms like a mountain. The elder dragon is positioned within the...
You never like drama on speedrun and plagiarizing? Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure what speedrun drama looks like, but I don't see how like lore drama makes too much sense unless it's like straight up actual like plagia where you're just gonna like literally steal the script of someone. But having like similar ideas or touching on similar points on a topic is hardly what I would call plagiarizing when it comes to lore.
The eastern regions of the Dragon Barrow, and behind her sits Fort Farath, the location of the right half of the Dectus Medallion.
So this guy thinks that first, like, Stormveil was attacked by meteors and also attacked by dragons, and that's why there is markings. One of the reasons I was interested in watching this video actually was that I was preparing, like on stream the other day, like live on stream, we made a small new discovery that actually like convinced me of what happened to Stormveil. And so I was thinking of making a Stormveil video, that's why like this seemed interesting to me. Like this is 2 videos that are talking about how Stormveil, like why it is the way it is. And they're talking about plagiarism, so I was really curious. And it did sound really funny. But I really don't think it was meteors or dragons now.
First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage, though you almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah. I almost feel sorry for the chap the more I think of it.
To fully comprehend Kenneth's comments on Godric, we will first start at the beginning. The importance of Godric being a country bumpkin we already have explored, and 2, his masquerading as fleeing women. Moving on, his high...
I don't know if country bumpkin would be like the right definition considering he was living in the capital.
was the cause of conflict, to which Radahn responded. Positioned off of the southern Caelid cliffs is a small castle. In modern times, Redmane Castle serves as the gathering place for warriors who are wanting to participate in the Radahn festival. However, access wasn't so freely given before the rot ruined the Red General. What you may think are defenses were actually once the tools of a siege. These horses were halted and have been stabled here since they lost their masters. The conquered constructs contain relics relating to their former force. Resting against tables and hanging on the walls are tools used by those who have been banished or exiled. At the top of the tower 2 ladders are positioned, seemingly leading to nowhere. However, it is the one that managed to make it across and into the lion's den that reveals the intended purpose. The wooden wall can be lowered, creating a platform, but the attacking force failed to reach the foundations, so were left hopelessly suspended. Any who dared to jump would have no doubt been picked apart by the surrounding forces, and so defeat came quickly. Those who escaped fled from the lion's reach, but those who couldn't were caught, their necks snapped. Inside the fort are where the battered were broken, with their beaten banners put on display. These are the foot soldiers of Godric,
Mhm.
acting as a warning, but also as evidence of their lord's presence.
This is true.
Radahn retaliated, marching his forces towards the Eye of the Storm. Found within an Alcaden camp, northeast of Agil Lake, is a cookbook of an armorer which hints at this event. A record of crafting techniques left by an armorer who served the great General Radahn. Contains knowledge of dealing with rot, the application of fire in particular. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Fire.
So, like, he's making a really good point about, like, Redmane Castle being attacked by Godric, which I agree with, but I don't think that Radahn retaliated. I mean, it just says that Godric fled and hid in his castle. It doesn't say that Radahn followed him. There is also the fact that the cookbook he's using as evidence is a cookbook that relates to applications of fire to battle in the rot, which would have been from after Radahn and Malenia fought. But the event of Godric attacking Radahn is definitely before that. So I don't think it's a valid piece of evidence here to say that Radahn left Caelid to chase after Godric.
I agree.
I wonder if it's a translation error on Godric, Country Bumpkin. I mean, I don't know, honestly. I haven't checked the Japanese for it.
Drawstring fire grease, and fireproof dried liver. No doubt the entry to Stormvale was defended in a similar manner as to what can be found today. Nevertheless, Radahn's forces pushed their way up through the tunneled entrance, only to meet more resistance. The cobbled road that runs beneath an aching arch is where modern-day tarnished shall foresee a fell omen. Weapons of all kinds are firmly planted within the ground, being all that remain of extinguished ambition. But our interest isn't in the offensive, it is in the defensive. The wooden spiked defenses have been moved to the side, something only a collected effort could accomplish. The same slitted barricades within the castle are also positioned before the archway. Any who attacked would be funneled right up to this point and met with a steel-tipped bolt. However, it appears that this position was eventually won with the victory, being short-lived as more resistance was met, standing atop the castle walls. Radahn's forces looked to flank the ramped road by maneuvering via the cliffs. Although steep, they managed to egress up the cliff, where the outer walls of the keep halted them once again. Not only is it the sheer size, but it is also the thickness of these walls that is to be admired. A ludicrous amount of explosive power would be needed to breach this brutal brick, with the logistics of carrying such dangerous cargo also being its own nightmare. The shape of this fracture does not match the ideal force, as the presumed powder would not pierce in such a precise and pinpoint manner. It is my belief that the damage you see was done by one who is not grounded by gravity. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces, pulls a clump of rocks from the earth and sends them flying. This sorcery can be cast while in motion, a gravitational technique studied by the young Radahn. His master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone. Through this newly created entrance, the Redmanes yet again were met.
I don't think there is any signs of the Redmanes attacking here. I think that's a bit of a stretch. And to say that these holes are caused by gravitational magic, by like meteors basically, is a bit much, considering even a meteor wouldn't like pierce a wall through stone like that. That looks more like something that would be like, that's like a laser or something. Like the rock looks almost melted. Like a meteor hitting a wall like that would like make the wall crumble and leave like a crater. It wouldn't make a perfectly cylindrical like opening in the wall.
With dead ends and sheer cliffs. They continued to push and found another route leading down from the side of the ramped road. However, this path only led to familiar ground. In modern times, it is hardened old hands that guard the gate to the castle, and only thanks to a breach are we granted access into the keep. The other option is to ignore the warning of a one-armed gaunt and have the gates lifted, where death is quickly given. Stepping through the fissure, we are again met with a fortified face.
Okay.
However, thanks to more precise points of impact, we can traverse the dents with dexterity, reaching the adjacent cliffside. Only from afar can you comprehend the damage dealt to the storm. The porous profile leaks with a knotted nightmare, causing many to believe that the thorns are to blame. However,
I don't think that's meteors. Like, you can even see the gashes. The holes make no sense for meteors, and it's not to make you think that it's the thorns. It is the thorns.
only when having entered can you discern pus from projectile. Meteoric impressions are left on the inner walls like a textured portrait, with the thickness of the fortress managing to preserve the internal organs. Continuing with the cliffside, it would appear that this was only as far as the lions could reach, as the scaffolding seen in modern times, I believe to have been put in place only after the assault has ceased, its intended purpose being primarily for repairs. Radahn retreated back across the Tenebrae domain and into Caelid. Godric would have seen this not as a defeat, but as a victory. However, it was not he who won this battle, it was the ingenuity of his forefather that ensured his safety. The many layers of stone kept him caged, shielded from the general's jaws.
Okay.
The first is to do with the appearance of the castle itself. I am sure you will have noticed it. The strange, gaping holes located within and without, in the interior courtyards and the exterior of the walls. Some in places that would seem to be inaccessible to conventional siege weaponry and the like. Moreover, take a look at these holes. Their appearance to me, it just seems off. They bore into the stone of the castle more like fissures or sores, with a strange off-coloration. If they were simple damage from some sort of siege engine, we would expect them to have broken the stone
Okay.
and left holes or large cracks in the wall. Instead, what it seems like is that something has eaten away at or corrupted the stonework.
Alright, so they don't even have the same opinion. Like, what are they comparing, really? Like, one video says that the holes are made of, like, meteoric impact, and the other says that it's, like, corrosion or, like, corruption. I'm so sick of this drama shit. Damn. Is it that big of a deal? Hello, by the way, peaceful join. In your opinion, the holes are connected to the thorn source? Yeah, I agree. And I do, I had like confliction. I wasn't sure before if it was because of Godwin's corruption or if it was because of some sort of attack or siege, be it by dragons or like siege weaponry. But because of like one small detail we find the other day on stream, I am fairly confident now it's just Godwin's corruption in the thorns. I'm gonna be like making a video about that.
Starting at a single point and working its way in and radiating out, giving them a pockmark-like appearance, almost as if the castle has an illness or a cancer of sort, spreading through these wounds. Some of them are more like gaping slashes, and could possibly be attributed to claw marks of a sort. This makes some sense in the region where we face Godric, as that dragon had to have gotten in somehow, and it flying in and then getting killed like an idiot and impaled seems more likely than somehow getting it through all the cramped corridors.
Okay.
But even then, some of these gashes look simply too large to have been caused by the size of dragon that is found here. So we must ask ourselves, what could have done this? What could have given the castle this strange appearance, pockmarked and sickly? And if it was from a siege, then by whom or what? Well, to provide answers to the latter, we have to seek them far to the east, in a land of rot and ruin, to get an answer to the former.
Alright, so he thinks that the damage was done by either siege or attacks, but the what it's called, but the actual like rotten part of it is due to the corruption. Okay, so he still thinks they are caused by the marks. Interesting. that's kind of a weird way. I guess I kind of see like the weirdness of it, because he's going by acknowledging the fact that it's due to some sort of corruption, but then goes on to say that the marks themselves are not due to the corruption, but their appearance is, which is kind of a weird leap of logic.
Former, we have to go deeper, down, into the depths of the land. You've all heard the name of Star Scourge Radahn, either from the various flavor texts in the game, NPC conversations, or because the bastard's name and health bar are burned into your monitor, as his boss battle has contributed to 37% of your deaths. He is one of the demigods, a child of Radagon and Renala, and said to be one of, if not the, strongest of the demigods. He challenged the very stars themselves, and halted their motion. In doing so, given the link between the stars and fate itself in the lands between, he arrested the fate of others as well. Ranni was one such individual, and it is for this reason that many of you likely fought him. Now, the how and why of his actions is long, complicated, and a topic that I'm more than willing to expand on if you're interested in it. Suffice to say, his considerable power as a demigod, and his mastery of gravity magic, both
Did he just jump the sword swing?
As a demigod, and his mastery of gravity magic, suffice to say, his considerable power as a demigod, and his mastery of gravity
you can actually jump that attack from Radahn. I had no idea.
magic both played a part. It is this magic that interests us, as it allows him to call down a rain of meteorites on his enemies, large chunks of rock, superheated due to the massive amount of air friction generated.
We're gonna go through ×2 speed or something. Like, I don't care about like hearing the slow narration about stuff that are not necessarily relevant. Let's go 1.5.
As a result of their immense speed. He can also turn himself into a literal meteorite, along with his horse. Now, remember the holes in the castle? Their strange, almost fluid appearance, as if something had blasted away the stone in waves, like molded clay. I bet superheated rocks thrown at high speed could definitely do that.
Why would they reach that conclusion? It's so weird to me that you would think that the holes in the castle are made from meteoric impact. That's not what a meteoric impact looks like. A meteoric impact like creates a crater. It does a lot of damage. It doesn't like perfectly pierce through walls like a laser. There is no way, like it doesn't just like leave like weirdly textured like corrupted marks.
Moreover, look at the castle from the Chapel of Anticipation. You know, without falling off. The entire side of it has been riddled with these holes. Now, given the extreme elevation of the castle, and the fact that, apart from a few wrecked ships, we aren't really given any information regarding the naval forces possibly employed in the conflict. I find it unlikely they were, given the landlocked nature of most regions, and that dragons, magic, and angel wings pretty much make a large floating piece of wood a pretty shitty tactical move. So how then could this damage have been done? Well, I think meteors is a pretty good reason. But did Radahn come here? What did he have to gain? He seemed to have his hands full with Caelid due to him having halted the motion of stars to protect it, or specifically Celia, or at least that's one theory. Well, we actually get confirmation of this of a sort from some dialogue from Kenneth Haight, the shifty shit you find in Eastern Limgrave.
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord, oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Malenia, lost a
Family member.
I'm gonna
as
skip
opposed to
Kenneth's
the dialogue
dialogue.
that Godric was.
Banished knights appear in multiple locations, either in flesh or spirit. Similar to the exiled, the color of the scarf could indicate their crime, and what better place to banish criminals than the far southern reaches of the continent.
sun!
The mention of the scarf aiding as protection from the biting winds could too indicate that the region later known as Limgrave was one such penal colony, as in those days the winds of the storm still raged with fury. This theory is aided via the description of the banished knight shield. The shield reads, a tall medium-sized metal shield, given to knights who, whether by misfortune or misdeed, were forced to abandon their homes. Most of these knights were sent to the fringes, where they were forced to start anew with only despair for company. One who did not need the protection from the biting bitterness of the outskirts winds was banished Knight Oleg, one of the two knights known as the Wings of the Storm. After his banishment, he attracted the notice of the grace-given lord, and later, having slain 100 traitors as the lord's hand, Oleg earned the hero's honor of Erd Tree burial. The ashes of Oleg are located within the fringe folk hero's grave, but where is his counterpart? Situated at the northeast side of Agil Lake, the once peaceful resting place for fallen heroes is no longer peaceful at all. The warden of this grave is a former gladiator, and it's he who cradles Ash. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of Engvall, the banished knight. One of the two knights, dubbed the Wings of the Storm. Despite his banishment, he rejected the invitation of the grace-given lord, instead keeping watch over a masterless castle for many years, gaining renown as a hero of the fringes. The mentioned grace-given lord, I believe to have been Godfrey, and the rejected invitation.
Okay, Godfrey is not the grace-given lord. That's straight up Morgoth's title. That is Morgoth's title. I guess maybe he's speculating that before Morgoth, Godfrey got that title because he was given grace in a way. But it doesn't make too much sense. Even if Godfrey was like a normal inhabitant of the lands between, he wouldn't be like graceless. He wouldn't be graceless, and the grace that would be given to him, sure, he was given grace because he became like the first demigod. But his title would still be Elden Lord. It's not like he was tarnished. The difference why like the title of grace given is important for Morgoth is because he's an omen. And omens are said to be graceless. That's why he is grace given. Godfrey wasn't a tarnished before being Elden Lord. In fact, the tarnished only appeared after, like, they were divested of their grace. So Godfrey would have been like everyone else in the lands between, and would have been graced to an extent.
Invitation was a proposal to leave with Godfrey, now that he had become tarnished.
Why?
Two more spurred ashes give us
Like,
some.
okay, I disagree with that, because even like the Ash mentions that he like slain 100 traitors at the Lord's hand and then got earthly burial. That straight up references to Morgoth. Morgoth was the one who was hunting traitors. I've lost track of what is the problem. Right now they're just comparing like different parts of the videos because they reach like they have similar. They reference similar things and have similar conclusions. I guess they're gonna soon get to the part where Eredin actually makes his argument about why he thinks he was being copied. We just have this little bit left to get through, so I don't want to skip it.
Information regarding the castle and its lord. The first is the spurred ash of Stormhawk Death. Spurred of a fierce hawk that faithfully rendered lifelong service to the old king of Stormveil long ago, when the true storm raged. Its cries embolden its fellows in battle, and the tempestuous winds that encircle it shred their foes. The second spurred ash is that of banished knight Engval. One of the two knights dubbed the Wings of the Storm. Despite his banishment, he rejected the invitation of the grace-given lord, instead keeping watch over the masterless castle for many years, gaining renown as a hero of the fringes. Now, the grace-given lord is surely Godfrey, which means at some point an invitation was extended
Why
to Engval,
Godfrey?
the details of which we can...
Okay, this is weird, because Eredin mentioned that the reason why he thinks he was plagiarized is because this guy reached the same wrong conclusions as him. Like a bad theory is what he said. So maybe that's what he's referring to, because this guy has the same like wrong conclusions as Eredin. So maybe that's what's gonna be mentioned next, I assume. Because it makes no sense that Godfrey would be the grace given. And if they both made the same mistake, I guess it would explain why it would seem like the second guy was copying from the first guy.
only speculate.
The grace-given lord being Godfrey is, as said, the final nail in the coffin. Those who have experience with Elden Ring and its lore will know that it is heavily suggested multiple times that Morgoth is the grace-given lord.
Well, there we go. I guess that was his point all along. So yeah, Morgoth would be the grace-given lord.
This comes in forms of character dialogue, displayed messages, and item descriptions. If you don't believe me, then by simply checking the comments of the accused video, you will see people stating this fact. As I mentioned, we claim both our good and bad theories, and this, I promise, is a bad theory. You have to perform an extreme level of out-of-the-box thinking to arrive at the conclusion of Godfrey being the grace-given lord. And when the accused claims Godfrey to be the grace...
Why did you do it to begin with then? Like, how did you reach that conclusion? Is my question.
...given lord with such certainty, such absolutism, I know that they have watched my video and taken my speculations as fact. They do not understand the law surrounding this subject.
Alright, let me read this. This makes no sense. You never space out when you write or record the known lore. Oh, did he? Okay. Yet we know nothing of the children of Marika and Godfrey. It might be a misunderstanding, but we know the children of Marika and Godfrey. It was the Omen twins, Morgoth and Mog, then Godwyn. Okay, shit, I completely spaced on that. Why did I have it in my head they were Marika/Radagon's kid? Cheers on that. I suppose the comment was born because of all the other ones. Wasn't one of the bloody fingers meant to be descendant from him? Vike? As well as all Godric ancestors. The problem isn't about reaching a wrong conclusion. The problem is about one guy, Eredin, is saying that this other guy, the Ant Apple, copied his video. And the argument he's using as to why he thinks this guy plagiarized his video, because you cannot, because it would be hard to say how someone plagiarized a video based on Elden Ring lore, because we can all like rely on the same arguments, use the same reasoning flow, and reach the same conclusions, right? So how can you like claim that someone copied you when you can both like use the same reasoning and reach the same conclusion? When this guy is saying that the Ant Apple has the same mistakes, like obvious mistakes that Eredin made in his video on the video he made himself. And so because he has the same mistakes, that he thinks he copied him. As I said, it's like the example I gave earlier of the teacher. Like when a teacher looks at copies of a test, he can guess who copied from who. I guess when two people cheated or copied, when he says that two people have the same wrong answer or the same wrong justification in their test. And that's how he knows that one copied it from the other.
Anyone who did, even at the smallest of degrees, would never say this. When addressed about the biggest piece of damning evidence, they claimed to...
I never referenced Godfrey as a grace-given lord. The description about the Storm Lord is literally in his armor set. Yes, you did. Yeah, I had to go through my script already replied. You understand? Yeah. Sorry if I'm over-explaining. Huh. He doesn't even like remember his own script, I guess.
never have said that. That when the clip of their own spoken words is provided, the response is, how were they expected to remember everything that they say within their own content?
Actually, I just assumed it was him, I guess. No backtracking, mate. It's your video, it's your words. Just admit it. I have caught you in your own lie. Damn, it's very aggressive. Extremely aggressive. Not really a lie. I recorded the audio months ago. I don't remember anymore. Who else would it be other than the person who killed the previous ruler of the castle? Yeah.
As a content creator, as someone who is friends with a large number of content creators, as someone who has watched content creators on this platform for 12 years, I can assure you that you do not forget what you have said or proposed within your own content, especially when that content has been so recently released. The actions from the accused as a whole have been disingenuous. They have...
So after looking at the analytics after the first day, I took off before coming back to check, and I have apparently been accused of plagiarizing the video of another YouTuber, Eredin. So I will make a few tweets to address that. So first off, I have never seen their video, as my Twitter feed will show. I tweeted I had almost finished my audio editing, which comes after the recording, almost a month before their video went up. Okay. As my Twitter feed will show, I tweeted I had almost finished my audio editing. Okay, sure. Second, as they have suggested recently, I have not ignored anything. I see a comment of their own on my channel claiming no one doesn't check their social for 24 hours. Look at my history. It's months at a time for me. Interesting. I mean, I don't think that's relevant that you don't check your socials. That's a lie. Both me and you know it. How can you deny that you haven't seen my video? It's inconceivable. I don't know about inconceivable. Oh, hello, Rage. I've been looking for a second, but this feels like they were 90% into a video they added that one thing after watching Eredin's video and then coped. Hello, hello. You have been... What do you think? Okay, well, you just said what you think. So you think that and Apple made the video 90% of the way, then watched Eredin's video and like added some bits that they thought were interesting from Eredin's video? Honestly, that could make sense, I guess. That could like... You know what, Rage? That's a great theory. It really makes everything fit together. It would explain how he would be done with like his recording for months. and like still have like these weird mistakes in his video. The ant apple is Marika. Damn. Maybe the ant apple is the Glowmite queen. True. I mean, that kind of makes sense. I don't know about it being inconceivable that he hasn't like watched the video before, like didn't watch his video. That's a bit much to say. Like, it can still happen at the end of the day, right? They can still, like, many people reach the same wrong conclusions. Like, it can happen. I wouldn't say it's inconceivable. Yeah, they can come up with dumb thing at the same time. All right. You included both my solid and loose theories that no one else mentioned because they have an obvious alternative answer. Of everything we have seen so far, is there anything that's actually like no one else mentioned? I don't feel like there was anything. Like, even the wrong answers are not groundbreaking, like extremely original by any mean, right? So what was the wrong thing? Godfrey being grace given? I'm sure someone thought of that. It's not really that weird. I mean, anyways, the idea that an idea, like the only one who came up with an idea, is kind of a bit much for me. There is no way, like, you know, you're the only one who had an idea, especially with something as big as Elden Ring. Anyways, but yeah, I can see where he's coming from. I've literally experienced, oh no, people having the same crackhead theory at me. Yeah. I wonder what else he's gonna mention other than Godfrey. I wonder what else. Let's see. Meaning you are poor when compared to the obvious. You claim that you worked on this video for months, but you can also edit a video right up until release, meaning major changes can occur with the creation time. You know what? That's exactly what you said. Rage. Believe it or not, I am not one for drama. Anyone who is familiar with myself and my content will know that your video was brought to my attention by others. Others who consume Elden Ring content daily. So they know what is being said and what isn't. The connection observation I made have been replicated elsewhere in that order and in that much detail. Okay, the connection observation I made have been replicated elsewhere in that order and that much detail, and yet somehow you produce the same detailed observation presented in a similar order to come to a conclusion. I'm referring to Godfrey being the grace-given Lord and Radahn. When I haven't posted anything about it yet, yeah, great minds think alike, I guess, Lamau. Yeah. Godfrey being the grace-given Lord is a very loose theory and can only be, and only I have proposed that theory. I mean, see, I don't like that. Only I have done that part. I don't think so. Like, I'm sure in some Discord somewhere, a few dozen people have said that or thought that. As others think it's the bad and incorrect. To be bad and incorrect. And there's someone who jumped through the same obvious and speculatory hoops as I. This is how I know you are lying. BR 5 minutes. All right. I don't know, man. I don't know. It does seem odd that they share like similar bad conclusion, but is it the only one that he's referencing to, or is it also the Radahn one? Like Radahn used meteor to attack. Because the Radahn using meteors to attack, I have seen it a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. Peaceful joint. I haven't seen your message. Aberdeen is a very smug and condescending. Not to mention he loves telling people to unsubscribe when anyone dares critique him. Oh, is he? I'm not familiar with the creators. I'm honestly not familiar with the creators, so I don't know. So you think he's... I guess it would be in character from what you're saying, that he would think like he's the only one to come with that conclusion? Interesting. Let's see.
issued blanket statements addressing this issue. They have attempted to paint me as desperate in order to deflect valid criticism. They have attacked my character, called me a liar, and unsurprisingly lent back on their larger social media presence, allowing their rabid fanbase to do the talking.
Okay, well, yeah. Very on par for him. Right, well, yeah, he might still be right. Let's see. Third, Radahn and Godric, literally in the game, in a comment by an NPC. Moreover, I found several posts just by searching what happens to Stormveil Castle and Reddit, alone stating that Radahn and Meteors. So they are not the first person to talk about it. Yeah, like the Radahn and Meteor thing attacking Stormveil is like that's really not a unique theory. That's like the main theory I see. It's like dragons and Radahn. Like that's what most people say about Stormveil. That's like the basic answer people give about what happened to Stormveil. I really don't see how that it's such a unique theory that only Eredin came up with it. That one is weird. The mistake about the Grace Given Lord, I would admit, is kind of odd. For sure. Fourth, same again for the Stormlord. Loads of posts on Reddit alone about the Stormhawk King. Literally by typing. I don't think there is much contention about the Stormlord side of the theory. Seems fine. That's like just basic item description reading there. There is not much theorizing to be made. Fifth, based on the most recent tweet, they have already threatened to expose me with the video, and that I will get more views than either of ours, which I expect was their goal behind the drama in the first place. Alright, so now he's just deflecting by telling him he's just farming clout, I guess. At this point, you just go into developing an endless comments. I finished the script and audio months ago. There's plenty of other people who have talked about same things months ago. I didn't plagiarize your video. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's see if he has anything else to show.
Called me a liar, and unsurprisingly lent back on their larger social media presence, allowing their rabid fanbase to do the talking. My actions in response to those clashes, I do not apologize for. I stand by every...
Did he say? I'm gonna be reading every tweet, by the way. I want to know. I want to know what these people are saying. Don't think that ignoring recent events will make it go away. If you fail to address the situation, their production on a video covering the event will start. This video won't feature on my channel and it will have a far larger reach than both mine and your video. Will it? I mean, Zeostorm is not... Zeostorm is big, but I don't think it's like the Ant Apple big. So I don't know about that one.
Response to those clashes, I do not apologize for. I stand by every word I have said and how I presented the...
My quote-unquote lore isn't the item descriptions and dialogue, it's environmental storytelling, and even that isn't your lore though. That I use to support items and dialogue. This is what sets my work above the rest. Oof. Okay. I am not going to engage in your poor comparison. Except I didn't Google my information. The thing mentioned within my video all came from my time with the game, my research, my hard work. It is evident to who Googled here. My passion, my time, my effort has been regurgitated and how I'm being lied to. There is nothing wrong with this behavior. It's called having a spine. Discontinue your attempt at telling me what is or what isn't good for me. Welcome back, Sortier. I don't know, man. Environmental storytelling is not your lore as much as item descriptions aren't your lore. See what I mean about how he talks to people? Yeah, it definitely is not like being depicted in a very good light here, for sure. It doesn't come off as very humble. I'm not like, I don't blame him too much about him because, you know, maybe he's just being, you know, just the situation making him speak like this. So I'm not, you know, taking this too much into account to make a judgment of who he is as a character. I don't know the guy at the end of the day, but these are definitely not like, good things to say. I didn't Google my information. Yeah, this is what sets my work above the rest. Yeah, that's a bit much to say. Many people do that. Let's be real. You just don't know they exist, I guess. I mean, I understand he didn't Google his information. The thing, like the argument about Googling that he was using is not that Eredin Googled this conclusion, is that Eredin claims that these ideas come from him, which is a huge stretch because they are fairly common ideas. Like there is, even if you Googled and you found nothing about it, there is no way. Like there is no way anyone, like you formulated an idea that nobody else thought about it. Like someone out there thought about it. Maybe they didn't like make a video about it. Maybe they didn't make a Reddit post about it. Maybe they only just mentioned it in a discussions in some Discord or something. So yeah, that's a bit much. But yeah, the argument was that here, look, like your idea is not that unique since just Googling it, you see that many people reach the same conclusion. And the argument that Eredin is using is that my ideas are unique. So if you came up with the same ideas, you copied me or something like that. But yeah.
And myself. If this were to occur again, I would do exactly the same.
Still crying and lying. I see. Sounds like some copying you don't mold while seeding. I mean, I'm pretty sure that him like getting constantly harassed by like a way bigger community doesn't help. It doesn't help him like the way he acts and the things he say. Truly sad to see others make false claims to ensure that they can get a monopoly on something disgusting that they didn't take the courtesy to reach out to you and try to clarify. Sending a hate mob of so-called fan is what's wrong with the current YouTube. So sorry this is happening to you, NGH. Dark Souls has toxic fan that like to gatekeep. Alright, now we're gonna make it about toxic Dark Souls fan and gatekeeping. Wow.
At this point, I feel it is paramount to address any potential hatred or anger surrounding my accusations. If you believe me or my actions to be wrong, then ensure that your frustration is addressed to me and only me. Zio is a good friend of mine and has been kind enough to lend me his platform for my allegations. Ensure that you do not attack him, his community, or any other creator referenced within this video. The accused has not only failed to address my concerns, but
I'm
also
not
the
reading
concerns
all of
others.
that.
Those who have been curious and wanting to hear both sides have been ignored. Instead, the only evidence that they are given is that the accused had all of their audio completed before the upload of my video.
I made an image with screenshots of all the creations and last modification dates of all the audio files I used on my scripts, dates which predates the video I have been accused of plagiarizing from. If this doesn't die down in the next few days, I will post it and leave it at that. Okay. Cool, I guess.
And that they hold a document of all the dates relating to the creation of their video ready to be released if this issue does not die down. The continued actions of the accused should be highly suspicious to anyone. Their chosen language, statements, deflections, readiness to put a lid on the events, and their hopes that this issue will all die down are more fuel to the fire, but are no surprise to myself. These are the actions.
I don't know about that one. Not everyone wants to drag this along. Doesn't really say much. Why don't you just provide everyone with the details right now? It would be awfully convenient for you to wait till it dies down, wouldn't it? Okay, already did, and you just dismiss everything I said, my audio files and script containing what you state I plagiarized predate the video you stated I took them from and haven't been modified since. Nothing is going to change that. Okay, I have a counter saying why your proof isn't proof twice already. You have failed to properly address the topic in question. Instead, you issued a blanket statement without proof. If you do not provide me with these documents, the fall from grace is going to be that much harder. Damn, what? I prefer to believe propylene. What is that? What a way to talk. Like Eredin is talking in a like this is Elden Ring lore, man. This isn't that big of a deal. Why are you being so? It's everyone's right to interpret a game, an idea. Typo. Oh, okay. All right. Hello, Raid. You're back. He's so edgy. Yeah, he kind of is. So, Raid, we have been watching this, and it seems. Oh, you've been listening? Okay. My biggest gripe with all of this is how serious Eredin is about this. Like, there's going to be a class action lawsuit. This is just Elden Ring lore, man. Like, nobody's going to lose their YouTube career over this. It's a bit much, man. It's a bit much.
To those who may think that this fact of the accused having their audio recording complete before the publishing of my own video be sufficient evidence, then know this. Written words, chosen footage, and voice lines can all be easily changed at any point during production. They may have indeed had their audio recorded, but we do not know the initial length of that recording. We do not...
I get why Eredin is being so serious. Because it do be their job, I assume. But like, yeah, he is a bit mad. Yeah, he's definitely a bit mad. It's not helping his case. Feed wouldn't show, I tweeted I had almost finished my own. Okay, saying that again.
Know its contents. We do not know what was added or what was removed. The only thing we can judge the accused on is their final product, because that is what matters in the end. For full transparency, you'll be able to view my content surrounding the creation of my video in the links below. My script was started on May 29th with its last modification.
Damn, look at people's script, man. They look crazy. My script is a wall of text in a Word document. That's my script. Like this shit just organized. This is like a research paper. Wall of text live. Hell yeah.
Being August 11th. However, dates of edit can be...
You think he like formatted the documents like before releasing it to make it kind of like to make it kind of look sexy and more professional? Like someone like cleaning their house before someone comes over. Definitely formatted Lamau. Wait, was the fall from grace an Elden Ring joke? Yeah, maybe. But it didn't sound to be like, it didn't seem like he was in a joking mood. I'm not that consistent.
At any time. I suspect the accused to have altered or to yet alter their dates depending on my presented evidence. Certain topics presented in my video were first discussed and brought up in an unreleased episode of a Soulsborne podcast. April 24th is when I produced my thoughts and findings in written form with appropriate pictures to accompany them. If we are playing the numbers game on who did what first, then let it be known that the ideas presented within my video are subject of countless hours of observations and discussions within my Elden Ring Lorethrough, lore videos and personal time with the game. For a complete understanding of my thought process and my approach to the games, I recommend my ongoing Elden Ring Lorethrough.
Okay.
The actions of the accused community is also evident that those outside of the soul sphere fail to understand.
So I guess version history, so maybe they are disorganized. Yeah. But he's saying it can be changed, you know, that's his whole argument. Can be tampered with. It's called fair use. Do you own the right to lore? No, I didn't think so. Lore explanation can only be explained so many ways. Some lore is far more airtight than others. It's fair correction to draw on your part, but I think this is like the book report of the same subject. It's natural that they will go similar progressions in the same path. It's almost like lore videos with the same subject may sound similar. That guy is blowing this way out of proportion. I do think it's a bit out of proportion for sure. Like the only thing I have seen so far that's even like remotely worth considering is the grace given mistake about Godfrey. Like at all. Like everything else they have shown is not even worth considering as plagiarism. That's like the most bog standard Stormveil like Radahn lore interpretation out there. Like there is nothing crazy about that. Yeah, the grace given mistake is literally it. And like as I was saying Rage earlier, like it is a bit odd. Like how a teacher knows like two students are copying from each other when they make like the same mistake or use the same wrong reasoning. That's kind of odd, sure. So like a mistake like that is kind of odd. If the other stuff is plagiarism, the other stuff is not even close. It's like literally like That's like me saying that America is Radagon is America and using the echo of America in the bedchamber to say that they were the same person or sort of dumb shit like that. Like it's really nothing. And they've probably been plagiarized too, Lamau. Yeah.
Why my accusations are indeed of plagiarism. As pointed out by others, the ones who came to the accused aid are very diverse in their understanding of plagiarism. More glaringly, but unsurprisingly, they think it common practice for two Souls lore content creators to cover a subject and produce the exact same findings in the exact same order. This ties in with what was discussed at the beginning, and those who are members of the Souls community will know of how you can watch a variety of creators covering the same topic, and how they will all discover different things and have different things.
Rabita Gruz? Your theories are not as complex as you'd think, but if you really wanted, you could boot up Extra Life and come with the same conclusion, get a fucking grip. Alright, that's a bit rude, but like the theories presented were not that bad. Why was Marika's bed so big? She wasn't much bigger than us. Call back to Dark Souls 1. You think Marika was a giant, had giant titties? Like what, Guinevere? Extra Life Monka S. Extra Life is the best place to get your lore from. You can be sure it's original because it's gonna be wrong. Radagon's the giant. Yeah. The big bed is for Radagon. Like, Rage, when this video caught my eye, like, I didn't think much of it, but then when I realized, like, the topic was about, like, Stormveil stuff, and I was thinking about how I'm gonna be doing a Stormveil video at some point soon. That's what I was interested in watching. Well, considering, like, my conclusions are completely different from these guys, I think I'm safe. I don't think I'm gonna get accused of plagiarism. You prefer IGN lore? Yeah, some advanced lore. I have to say, we have no life outside of internet. I have a life outside of the internet. But I just saw Witch and went, damn, hope they didn't snipe Cosmos's video. Lamau. Nah, it's not even out yet. I touch grass. Yeah, I don't think either of these guys got my got our little discovery we made on stream. I don't think they know. They don't know Pepe Laugh. Literally growing potatoes. I think we're safe. I think we'll be original enough to not be accused of plagiarism now. The communist hour. Yeah.
To say on it. This is due to the rumour speculation that these games offer, and very little is black and white. When thoughts of others inspire or coincide with another, it is common practice and courtesy to reference their influence in the form of a shout-out and appropriate links. An example of how it is done can be found when viewing Smoketown's content. It is to be said that this video of mine, which contains ideas I believe to have been stolen with...
But yeah, our theory is far better, not gonna lie. Yeah, I was definitely on the fence about the Stormveil, like, state topic until we found that. That's definitely what sealed the deal for me. And I am playing a game. That's cool.
Without credit, holds more emotional baggage than my other works. This is because the video took a month to produce.
It is a nuts little detail. Like, you never fucking notice it. Like, how many times my brain looked at those things and never, like, registered. It never clicked. It just looked like rubble.
From script
like an actual crazy, like, environmental storytelling.
To release. It is to date my longest video in every aspect. It has gone through multiple changes and iterations, with its final form being decided due to personal problems. If you would please play your small violins for just a second, I will go on to explain my personal everyday struggle. I have dyslexia. This is something that impedes my work in a variety of ways. Reading descriptions and voicing lines are just some of those mentioned ways and how they make what I do much harder.
True.
So, when I see that my hard work has been taken, when I am to be coloured as desperate, a liar, As someone who is only doing this to increase their relevance, then I am compelled to want to kick a cleric off of a ledge. These games teach the player
Patches moment. Also big bad moment.
the dangers of blind faith, how those you follow may have alternative motives and ways of manipulation. It is again unsurprising to see that those who follow the accused be so eager in jumping to their aid, as the company which provides the games that they
What did you discover? Alright, should I put it out? I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to put it out there, you know? It's kind of... I don't want to, you know... I don't want to get plagiarized. I don't want people to steal my extremely unique ideas that no one ever came up with before. Now we found while on stream, we're doing a lore through at the moment, and we're going through Stormvale. And like we're looking at like all the like usual Stormvale damage stuff. But we noticed something I have never seen before, or rather noticed before, is that in some areas of Stormvale there is like very small like the pavement is like damaged, like there is like small gashes or something. And it seems fairly natural, you don't like really think about it. But we actually, like, for some reason, I just used the binoculars and looked as a close-up on those, like, little, like, cobblestone damage. And we actually realized that those were not just, like broken pavement. They were actually, like, small gashes. Like, in a, like, gash shape, you know? Like, it's something that's opening. A bit like the big claw marks that you can find on the towers. And inside of them, they have the same like weird, like corrupted texture that is in all the walls and claw marks everywhere. That seems to be due to Godwin's influence. But the difference is that they were in places there would be no damage. They are extremely small. They are like gashes that are extremely small. And also, the critical part is that they have like they are stapled. Like they have like staples trying to hold it together, like stopping it from spreading. And the staples are not stopping it from spreading because it's opening up more and more. And that made me realize that even the big gashes in the walls, even though there was already other signs, the fact that like their texture is weird, there is thorns, they are in places that doesn't make sense to be attacked by like artillery or whatever from an outside force. It made me realize that those gashes are literally like spontaneously opening, because you can find these really small gashes in places in the castle that are literally stapled because they're trying to literally stop them from spreading, you know? So yeah. Could it be that the roots are just spreading through the castle walls? Yeah, it does seem like it. So like that small detail, just that cobblestone detail with like the staples, like convinced me, because I was on the fence before about, is it like damage from some sort of attack? Is it damage from like dragons leaving claw marks everywhere? And it was a bit conflicting. Is it like the influence of the thorns at Godwin, or is it like some sort of siege? But like this small little detail, and like specifically the way they are stapled to stop them from spreading, just convinced me that it's something that just spontaneously appears in the castle. And like these big like corruption gashes that open up, and like the thorns that come out of them. And they are actively trying to like staple them and fight them to stop them from spreading. It doesn't work, of course, but yeah. Don't want to get not like there are other content creators in chat, Lemao. Yeah. So now I'm like thoroughly convinced that the whole like Stormvale weird damage thing, both the holes and the gashes, are not from a siege. They are not from meteors. That made no sense to begin with. And the marks that could be from a giant dragon are not even from a giant dragon. It's just they spontaneously appear because of like Godwin's like corruption. Also, Jesus had a crown of thorns. That's true. How useful I don't know how useful they could be for your vids. Like the crown of thorn bit? Oh, I missed the message. Okay, makes sense. Circle, like, brambles, aka thorn bushes, can symbolize ignorance and neglect. Oh, Well, I'm not too big on the symbolism part. I leave that to like way more competent people in this area. That's more your thing. I'm very, very light on the symbolism. I usually, if there is something symbolism like that I like and that helps, I just steal it, you know? Like when I'm working right now on the DLC like video, like I'm gonna be mentioning you about like the whole like moth wing things for Mikela and like relation to the afterlife, etc. Like I'm more about stuff that are inside the game. Stuff that are outside the game, it's like I rely on other people to do that. Be it like symbolism or like real life influences and stuff like that. Interesting, I always assumed a siege of some sort, dragons or maybe naval barrage. That was definitely an option. And yeah, I was on the fence, but I finally like found something that like completely shut the case for me. I don't know if I'm describing it very well, by the way. Obviously, because you don't have the example in front of you. But yeah, we're gonna be like booting up the game shortly after we finish the video. Maybe I can show you real fast what I'm talking about, so you have a visual idea of what I'm referencing. But to be honest, while I'm still blind, I could do some research on Bramble symbolism for you, to be honest. I mean, I don't want you to go out of your way to research something. I'm not sure if it would be useful, but if you like find something interesting, of course, hit me up for sure. Recently, I have a theory in my head that may seal something within it. I don't know why I'm reading this with a French accent, I'm sorry. Within itself. 3 not okay. Sort here, if you wanna like you're making a lot of typos. If you wanna say something in French straight up, go ahead. I'm just gonna translate it, okay? Like if it's easier for you to express your idea. I do understand French. I say this like I'm not already looking it up, Lamal. Okay. Merci, pas de problème. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's watch this. Why is Todd Howard on screen again? Like, I think I missed a beat here.
Play depend upon blind faith and tactics of manipulation in order to ship you a mediocre product long after their glory days of the 2000s. This segment...
Why did you just call out Bethesda like this? Where did that come from? Why is he so mad he had to call out Todd Howard like this? It's kind of funny.
was written roughly 16 hours after what you have just listened to. Since then, the accused has provided the evidence which contains dates and a timeline of their production. I feel it fitting to insert these new findings here after closing the previous segment with a statement on tactics of manipulation, because as you will see, all is not what it seems.
We're still at 1.5, like 1.5 speed, by the way. Like, imagine if we weren't on 1.5 speed. Jesus. Because Apple makes Bethesda videos. Yeah, but still, like, it doesn't really do much against Apple to, like, insult his favorite game series, I guess.
Produced. It does not come in the form of individual documentation, it has come as a hand-picked collage of truth. No script, no bullet-pointed notes, nothing. Just one questionable, very precise and purposely placed quote. At first glance, this is very convincing. Those 4 days were spent well. Some of you may have already spotted the giveaway, but let's focus on the smaller details first. The project for the video is dated 3rd of May. Nothing too unusual there. Next is the dates of the chosen video files. Again, handpicked with the relevant dates before my video upload. Next is the .txt file. This has a creation date of May the 11th and a last modification date of August the 2nd. Within this document, which supposedly contains all of the accused written words that they then went on to record, is...
Does this guy write his scripts on Notepad? Okay, that's blasphemous. Like, doesn't Notepad not even go back to the line? That's crazy. There's no way. Let's see. Rebels have blackberries as fruits and just found this. in Celtic Britain, it was customary that blackberries should not be eaten after the devil spat on them. Okay, in Cornwall, the story is that the devil urinated on them. Man, real life lore is wild. It's pretty good. You suis d'accord? He agrees. He agrees with your rage. Also, brambles grow blackberries, raspberries, and dewberries. Notepad, bro. Yeah, that's a bit much, man. The notepad one.
Is one single line. This line is evidence of manipulation. For those who use Windows Notepad for written work will know that if you do not use a certain feature, then any word in which you write will themselves continue write ad infinitum. Only by manually pressing enter can a new line of text be created. That is, if you do not use the provided feature that does this for you. So, we're supposed to believe that the accused had typed out all of their findings left to right, and that they somehow...
That's a bit crazy. You know, out of everything he showed in his case, this is probably like the thing that's most convincing to me, because that's so psychopathic. There is no way anyone ever genuinely used Notepad to write a script on one line. There is absolutely no way. The Notepad analysis, what an animal. You know what? Everything was right all along. Only a plagiarist would use Notepad.
Unlike every other person who uses this software, do not feel compelled to start another line for their text so that it is easier to read and navigate. Also, the capitalization of the beginning word means that this is the start of the written text. We are not glimpsing at a segment of this counterproductive long line of script. This has been pasted from what I believe is the original document. Do not let the dates fool you.
Honestly, that's kind of... Honestly, if that's generally what happened and he created... Like he used an old document and renamed it and pasted the script on it, that's like a pathetic attempt. Like, at least don't use Notepad. At least format it or something.
Now, to the most compelling piece of evidence as to why this collage of truth has been doctored. The list of the 6 audio files, with the 7th being obscured, is the cherry on top of this bittersweet creation date and modification date. This cannot happen unless you have made an untouched copy of the original document. The accused has been very clever, but this is their mistake. We are supposed to believe that each audio file that makes up the 43 minutes and 11-second runtime was created, recorded, exported, and saved under a minute. This is not possible. These documents are not the original. But if that is correct, then how do these dates ring true to their claim of their creation being before the release of my video?
I don't know, man. When I record something, it's not even saved. Like, the file doesn't even exist until I'm done with the recording. Like, rarely do I actually save a file, start recording, save, and like later go back and add something. That way, if one day my computer crash, I lose everything. Perfect workflow. Very efficient.
Well, that is simple and very easy to do. For those who may have experience in attempting to access a game's regional release outside of your own country, then you may know of this tactic. What you do is, you simply change the time zone of your PC. You can alter the date, you can alter the time. If you were to create a document under these new dates, then they would reflect those said dates, even after your settings reverted back. To quote the scholar of the first sin, a lie will remain a lie. You have tried...
A lie remains a lie.
You have failed. It has not been all doom and gloom. Recent events have offered some amusement in the ways of incorrect but relevant quotes. Twitter is not a place for intelligence, and so when presented with evidence to support your claims, you are instead labelled with an emotion in which the defenders can then attack, deflecting any criticism. I know that this video will not convince everyone. I only hope that those who have a level of understanding and expectation of these games will see the truth. The accused is a liar. I know it, they know it. They have stepped into the community.
It's a thing with FromSoft lore channel that they constantly lay claims to the lore of the game. I've seen several times where they fuck around with plagiarism. The lore is nobody's property except FromSoft. They have no right to claim, as there's no idea first time making that lore video on FromSoft game. And that's kind of cringe, not gonna lie, the whole like lore plagiarism thing in FromSoft games. I feel like unless like your script has genuinely been plagiarized, and like there is ways to check that, because like there is plagiarized like plagiar softwares available to see, like to check if a script is a plagiarization of another one. Outside of that, just having similar ideas is a bit much, honestly. And like feeling like you are entitled to be the owner of an idea is like a lot much, not a bit much. It's very cringe. Aren't most writers psychopaths though? Okay, I don't know about that one. I'm not a writer, but that's a bit of a broad generalization. You're gonna cut yourself with that edge, homie? Yeah, that's a bit much. Like, I understand, like, feeling like your ideas were stolen and you weren't credited, but like, this kind of like position he seems to take where he's like, I am like the one who came up with these ideas and nobody else before did, is kind of weird. Kind of weird.
On the wrong foot, and I hope that they learn from this lesson. However, with past incidents revolving around plagiarism, this may not be the case. Those who will remember this incident, please watch the accused channel with a careful eye. They have proven that, if it is not my work they are lifting, then it is others who come in written forms, such as what is seen on Reddit. The ideal outcome of this situation is that I want the accused video to be taken down. I wish for it to be re-uploaded with reference to my work given in the beginning or the end. I do not wish for my channel or work to be linked in the description and or the pinned comment. Nobody reads the video description and very little engage with the pinned comment. If that was to be done now, then it would be the equivalent of a band-aid over a bullet wound. Very dramatic, I know. On the subject of drama, you may not care for the supposed seriousness of this incident. You may choose to dilute the importance by stating that Elden Ring is only a game. Those diminishments will not stand. I have seen how the great work of those who are passionate about these games has gone on to feed the game's success. The continued thirst for discussion has led to many groundbreaking discoveries within the game's lore, code, and cut content. The Soulsborne genre is more than just a series of games. They mean a great deal to many people, myself included. The success of Elden Ring.
This is one time, I can't believe this is 1.5 speed. This flows very nicely. Like, this is such a nice pace. Like, you wouldn't believe it's actually 1.5 speed.
Has garnered the attraction of new players and new content creators. The accused is not the first within Elden Ring's lifecycle to pinch content for their own gain. Again, I ask for any disagreement, frustration, anger, negative emotion to be addressed to me and only to me. Those who are newcomers to this series of games, I hope you enjoy what this community has got to offer you. Please do not let a few bad apples spoil the bunch.
I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? Aren't most writers psychopaths? I have heard many authors call themselves crazy. I'm sure they said that. Je crois que c'est comme ça, Cosmos aussi. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not fully convinced. Like, the Godfrey thing is weird. I'll agree to that, sure. Is there that much like plagiarism bullshit across like FromSoft YouTube? Is that really a thing? The only ones I know of is like Avachi's like old plagiarism like drama because he took like Reddit content, and this one. I think people are gatekeeping a bit too hard. I think people are claiming ownership of ideas a bit too hard, yeah. I don't know if I would call that gatekeeping, but for sure. For sure. Like, I would guarantee you, like, you would be pressed to find anywhere out there like the theories I made in my videos. Like, I doubt, like, you would be hard pressed to find that anywhere. And even then, I would never dare to think that I am the only one who thought about it. Like, that's insane. Like, there is no way I'm the only person who thought about these things. It's like, and those people only come out of the woodwork like much later. Like, when I make my video of something like nobody like I have ever heard or seen mentioned, then in the comments you have people who show up and they're like, I actually thought about this before and I'm glad someone put it out there. Like, the idea that you are the first person to come up with an idea is insane. Alright, sorry, let me catch up, Rage. I don't know, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. I have seen a fair bit. Those two and a few more which, like, it's more than enough for me to call it a fair bit, I don't know. Ça fait pas ça, le gatekeeping? Yeah. Some of my video theories show up a few times, but I just take that as a compliment, Lamau. I don't think that's gatekeeping either. Yeah. I don't think it counts as gatekeeping for sure. For sure. Is there anything interesting here? Recent new Elden Ring video came out, then Apple covering, blah blah blah. Action roleplay developed by Everything's video. Everything's video search? What does that mean? Oh, like the research he did for the video? Okay. Since I've been comments wondering why I'm covering this, I've always covered relevant drama in Soulsphere in this channel. I literally made a video explaining plagiarism is a problem in this community a month ago. I am not only a new channel, I have never been tied to one of the style of coverage. I have watched me for any more than one video, you would know this. Alright. Cool. Archaeology, Elden Ring lore. Tarnished Archaeologist is cool. Even though his last video about people being born of trees is a bit... I don't agree with the conclusion, let's say. This is like Vachi plagiarism mess all over again. Meh. No one that does deep dives into the lore can be so clueless and know so little about the subject. Disgusting behavior, damn. I just subscribed to it, I'm so happy, blah blah blah. Congratulations to From Software. Elden Ring awarded Japan's Game of the Year at its annual Tokyo Game Show. Yeah. The only good comment in all of this. I haven't all of the tarnished archaeologist stuff. Need to, but there was so much Elden Ring content, I will perish. Serious? Hello. Not qualified to have a pertinent say about this, but if one really is inspired by someone else's specific idea, credit is free. I mean, I guess that's completely fair, yeah. I don't see why anyone wouldn't credit someone else, honestly. For sure. But I think, like, I'm not convinced if there was actual... Like, this really stretches the definition of plagiarism. There was, like, one weird thing about the whole thing. And also the fact that he used a Google Doc for his script. Yeah, like, don't use a notepad for your script. Like, just use Word, okay? Alright. I honestly don't even watch either of these guys. Wait, that's all? They only started 1 year ago? That's crazy. Epic name, bro, the father of lore. It was sad to see ENB play Elden Ring. He was not enjoying it. Notepad, the real offense. It really is the real offense. Don't notepad shame me, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry. You gotta move move away from that. Kind of weird. There's enough evidence that I'm not mad at Eredin. I don't know, calling out plagiarism is rough. Dude, Google's doc is free. Yeah, I'm not sure, like... I don't know. I don't think that's big of a deal anyway. Honestly. Like, it's not like he stole something insane from you either. Like, that's kind of an, like, overreaction. It's not like he stole such a signature theory of yours. And, like, you feel cheated. Because he's a bigger YouTuber or something. He just... You know, Like similar topics, similar conclusions. Nothing crazy there. It does seem weird. And also, it did come off as Eredin being kind of, you know, he's a bit too stuck up about how he owns ideas. Let's see. Damn, he has 200k views on an in-depth lore through part 1? That's crazy. That's actually, like, how is his actual lore videos have a few thousand views and his, like, lore through has 300k views? That's insane. Holy shit. Damn. Elden Ring lore Castle Morn. Wildlife, History of Limgrave, Dark Souls lore, Elden Ring in-depth lore through part 61. Why is there only part 1 and part 61? Are the others like just unlisted or something? Part of a playlist? Alright, well that's cool. Oh, is this a podcast? Oh shit, I put it in a...
Hello, hello, welcome everyone to part 3 of the... Which is weird. But I suppose because education is just a constant thing and you're expected...
Oh, so it's like a solo podcast he does? That's cool. I watched a bit earlier out of curiosity. It's more of a slow, lore-focused first playthrough than a lore through. Oh, it's a first playthrough. Interesting. I mean, it was 6 months ago, yeah, so it would be like when the game just released. So what Cosmos is doing without chat? Yeah, I guess so. The hype around release was insane. Like, around release for the game, it was actually insane. But still, like, 300k is a bit much. I'm like... I have to think that like a lot of this has to come from like the recent drama or something, right?
Today...
6 months ago. Seems to be like mostly comments for months ago. Damn. BRB, okay. Alright, well, that was cool. That was cool to watch. Ah! There you go. Infinity, yeah. Alright. We're gonna play the game now. I know, crazy, insane. Actually playing Elden Ring. Opening Twitch on launch day was a vision, really. Nobody playing anything else. Yeah, literally everyone was playing Elden Ring. It was crazy. 2 hours in when you start the game. Very on brand, Lamar. I usually start the game with the stream. Come on. Da, 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 da. I'm gonna actually make some lore discoveries. Honestly, we have found like a lot of interesting things in this playthrough. There was a lot of hype for Elden Ring. I still get ads YouTubes for Elden Ring. Oof, damn. Ads. We need to schedule another podcast episode. Yeah, sure. I'm down. Dun, dun. Once you get glasses, yeah. Dun, da-dun, 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 dun, da-dun. Oh yeah, that's where we ended last time. We killed the wolf. That's a gargoyle thingy. Yeah. Peaceful Joint, are you still here? I'm gonna show you just real quick what I was talking about earlier. Also, we could use some background music. Here. There you go. I'm gonna leave this here while I put on some background. Is the music volume fine, guys? It is? Alright, perfect. Looks like they tried using metal to close it. Yeah, it's like they tried to use like metal to actually stop it from opening up more. And like you can see the inside is the same texture as like the holes and gashes you can find everywhere. I don't know if you can see some from here. Obviously you have the thorns creeping in. Yeah, you see the holes in the tower and the gashes. Like you have the same texture here. And it's like in a random spot, like here. So it seems to be just spontaneously be opening. They try to close it with staples, but some of them are broken off anyways. So it's still spreading. So yeah, that's the cool detail that like helped me settle my opinion on the Storm Veil situation. Dun, 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 dun. What are we doing today? I guess we should finish Royal Lucaria. Look at that. Selen studying Akarian scroll. I think it's about time I upgrade my weapon too. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, Dialos.
The recusants. Can you believe they invited me to join them? I can scarcely. You might be. Then they only. It's on Mount. That's where they have. Just you. You'll rule the tale of.
Yeah, House Oslo, Told in Blood, all of that. Yes. The only interesting thing to me about Dialos is the really, like the very end when he dies in Jarburg. There is some really interesting thing about him. You know what I want to do at some point? Save and analyze all the loading screens. Is there something interesting in the loading screens? Am I missing out on some loading screen lore? What do you think is the hardest fight if you don't exploit some? I mean, it's obviously Millennia, isn't it? I think Millennia is, like, obviously the hardest fight in the game. Mog Lord of Blood is kinda hard too. Wait, that's all I got? Oh. I don't have enough +3s. When I did Mog, I did him at like level... I was like level 60 when I did Mog, and I have like a +6 weapon. Like a +6 somber weapon. That was painful on my first playthrough. Like my first playthrough was really weird. Like you you have to understand that I did like Limgrave. Okay. Kaled. I didn't do much of Liurnia. I never made it to the capital. Alright. I then did the Underground, Rani's Quest, Noxtella, the Lake of Rot and Estelle, and did the Plateau. Got to the Great Tree Roots, like after doing the Gargoyles in Nokron, you know, and did 40 sacks, and I finished Fia's questline and Rani's questline, and I had never set foot in the Plateau yet. And I went to Mog's Palace extremely early in the game from Varys questline. Like the first time I entered Lanedale was from taking the portal next to Fia. I was actually mind blown. Like it made no sense. I was 90 with 2+10 twin blade weapons. I got the shit on Lamau. Yeah. This was a legendary route. It was pretty crazy. Like I had like 2 endings done and ready before I made it to the plateau and Lanedale. I was on a quest. I had a very simple objective of finding the gravity magic. And the the gravity spell in the network test mentioned the Eternal Cities. So to me, the Eternal Cities were synonymous with gravity magic. That's why I focused so much on doing all the underground stuff, because I was looking for gravity magic. And lo and behold, the Eternal Cities has no gravity magic. I mean, they have... Okay, to be fair, there is some Estelle stuff which was really cool. Like the Wings of Estelle, the Flail, and the Ash of War. Which was the only gravity-related stuff I found. And then I realized that there was no gravity spell in itself, only like the Estelle-related stuff. And all of that was redone. And there was not much gravity spells at all, actually. Like, there's 4 of them, and I was disappointed and sad. Rodan Greatswords were really cool, though. I forgot you can get to Mog earlier from a quest line. I never completed the White Mask guy quest. Yeah, I mean, I did it because I was, you know, trying to PvP as I go. We're gonna be completing it right now, too. Just need to remember to, like, throw an invasion sometimes. You did Varys questline for your video. That's the only reason. Invading! Oh boy, what kind of cringe are we gonna run into now? Are you fucking serious? Why? Why? Why is this a thing, man? I'm like level 50. I have like a +8 normal weapon. Why are people cringe dueling? Why are they fucking cringe dueling at this level here with the rune arc and double the Estus? Like with the cringiest, like... Frost and Bleed Katana. With the Frost and double Frost and Bleed Nagakiwa, I mean... The spinning slash ash. Are you fucking kidding me? What's wrong? What's wrong with people? Whatever, let's die, I guess. Really, you're gonna buff? Okay. And you wouldn't want to lose, right? Like, with your 60 like vigor build. Okay. Is he only literally just gonna use the spinning slash? Dude, he literally refused to press any other button. This is Elden Ring PvP right now. This is the invasion situation on PC. Man, this is beyond cringe. I don't understand people. What the fuck did you just watch? Yeah, honestly. Missed. God damn it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hello. Thoughts on players who don't like the forced PvP with co-op? I mean, I think it's just a matter of perspective. I think it's honestly FromSoft's fault. To be fair, if you are on PC, Seamless co-op mod is pretty good. Seamless co-op mod is amazing. I personally like PvP, so I don't really understand. To me, like, it's fairly simple. Like, PvP is the balancing mechanic for co-op, right? People who don't like forced PvP on co-op are completely missing the point. Like, co-op is not the like intended play, like normal playthrough way. That's just how people want to play the game, which is fine. So it's a matter of perspective. Like, if you understand that co-op is like PvP is the balancing for co-op and you're not supposed to be co-oping the whole game, that's one thing. But then with how easy co-op has become in Elden Ring, most people are like feel entitled to just playing the game co-op, like it's a valid way to play through the game. When in older titles that wasn't the case. Like you had to use humanity in Dark Souls 1, which was fairly rare to like do co-op. And then you would be invaded at any level, at any upgrade. There was no password, so it wouldn't be easy to match with your friends, and the matchmaking was way worse. So like co-op was something that you used as a crutch to get through a boss. You get some help. And it was like something rare. It wasn't something that you would take for granted, you know? It wasn't free, basically. It was something that you could call upon rarely. But in Elden Ring, they made it so free. Like, no wonder people are like feeling entitled to play in the game that way, you know? Ow. So because of the way that FromSoft designed like co-op in this game specifically, people just perceive it as a normal way to play through the game. And so they don't understand why you would add on top of it like something so bothersome as someone trying to invade you and kill you, like force PvP. Is it just gonna keep spinning forever? In my opinion, I hate the PvP in Elden Ring, completely imbalanced. In a 1v1 invader, it takes me 20 hits to kill them. Meanwhile, I die in 2 and 3 hits and die. Beyblade, let it rip. I mean, I understand that. It is completely unbalanced. I understand from your perspective how it would be like annoying to deal with an invader. Like the only thing I can say to that is if you try to invade yourself, and maybe we're gonna try to get some invasions on this stream, and you would have to see, like, if you look at like people like invasion streamers, like the shit they have to deal with, you would understand like why the invader like has such min-maxed builds. It's because the things they have to face are like insane. They're like way more insane than what, like, you know, having to fight a guy that has a lot of HP. As an invader, you routinely have to fight 3 people with like really cringe, overpowered, cheesy builds, and 2 of them are like level 600 summons, where like your character is level 40. So that's why invaders stack every single advantage they can get. And the result is, it barely gives them a shred of fighting chances against like the nastier like groups they invade. But when they invade like someone that has just, in a normal playthrough, a normal natural build that wasn't like copied from like top 10 most epic builds, I let this guy summon like most epic builds ever, like OP overpowered bleed builds, and their summon are just normal level, they're not like over leveled, it ends up being like a stomp. I can't hit that guy. Alright guys, let's go here. Damn, the balls on this guy. But you better watch out. Oh god, they one-shot the jar. These guys can't come this way. You guys trying to drag me here? Okay, sure. Okay, you can't jump that. No! Oh, you're so lucky if you did an L1 there. Ooh, backstep. All right. This guy is a Chad. This guy was an actual Chad. He had a cool poison build. His summon wasn't like some over-leveled 700 guy. He wasn't scared to fight me with the PvE. He didn't like just run away when his summon died. He actually fought well. I just love how you have the mage homies for... Listen, he summoned a mage, okay? I made use of my mages. That's what happened, okay? It's just fair. It's just fair. Like right now with this character, I'm the fairest invader in existence. This isn't an invasion build, that's just a PvE character that I invade with for the Vari questline. I literally don't have max Estus. I have 3 Estus when I get summoned to their world. No mana, I just use a shield and a straight sword. You know. The most fair invader there is. Also, I think this crab is unique, by the way. I think it's the only thing in-game that inflicts sleep, is this crab specifically. Was it this one or the one that's the other way? Do something. No, don't wanna. No, he doesn't wanna. Dun, 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 dun. I guess let's open this shortcut up here and then we'll go explore the roof area. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no, there is... Oh, I forgot. Oh god, it's Moongrum. Moongrum is dead. No, Monka S. Ah, time to get our ass kicked. Let's go. Parry this. Fuck, he blocked it. Holy shit, I'm scared. Ah, god damn it. What an asshole. Moongrum, why? Also, I forgot to get Radagon's icon here. Actually missing the most important item in Royal Lucaria. Just run past him and hope he falls. Yeah, but I'm trying to like do a proper PvE playthrough. Don't wanna just run past him. I like that this at least like confirms. It might seem like such a no-brainer, but this at the very least confirms that the moon is a sphere, like is a normal celestial body. It's a moon. Like with Elden Ring, we can't even take the fact that like planets are globes for granted. You never know with how weird the astrology is. Also makes me wonder how they have like this full mapping of the moon when you can literally just see like it never changes in game. Like you can only see a crescent of it, that like the same face. Like you never see a different angle of the moon. Don't believe in globe earth theory, man. I use the elevator for the person for this person, lol. They always fall down. They do fall down. That's true. Oh yeah, I guess we should talk about this. We had this discussion about like who is in control of Raya Lucaria at the moment. And I was thinking about how it would be like the Carians. Like right now, Raya Lucaria is full of these guys. These are the moon conspicuous people. These guys are loyal to the Carians. These are the same guys that you find in the Carian Manor, and their conspicuous is the one that puts the moon on the same level as the stars. And that's why they use a sword and like Carian great swords as an ash of war. But most importantly, like even if you say, okay, they are just scholars, so they are not necessarily with the Carians, despite the fact that they are like in the Carian conspicuous, that they use Carian sorceries, etc. There is their shield. Like the shield they use is specifically a symbol of allegiance to a Carian princess. It's like the Ice Rhyme something shield. And it's like specifically a symbol of allegiance to Rani. Even if they were just sorcerers of that conspicuous and they're not necessarily like loyal to the Carians, like the shield itself is a sign of allegiance. Like they would at least get rid of that. Pretty sure the students run the school. We only see one Carian, I believe. Now there is a lot of these guys. Actually, these like Carian loyal scholars are everywhere in the academy. There is that. Then there is the fact that there is like no cuckoos inside the academy. Then you consider the fact that there is a, what's it called? Something virgin? Like, I don't remember what they are called. Like the Rykard thingies. Which Rykard is also, you know, affiliated with the Carians. You find all his stuff in places like affiliated to the Carians and stuff. Virgin abductors. There is this Carian affiliated mage who have like the crest that shows allegiance to Rani everywhere. Well, the knight is like straight up a Carian knight, you're right. But there is like more in the academy that shows that they are like, right now it looks like the academy is like under the control of the Carians. Forgot which way it is. Yeah. Virgin abductor, abductor virgin. Yeah. Like if we can drop some items from these guys, we can read the description. Their shield, you can find it only on Carian Manor, I believe. I don't think they drop it. They drop their sword and maybe their robe. But their shield is in the Carian Manor. And it specifically says it's a sign of allegiance to the Carian princess. And it's an ice related shield because, you know, Rani, ice, etc. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Because it kind of makes sense. Like the Academy rebelled against the Carians, but they got their ass kicked. You know, it's not like they just like rebelled and they like still like, god damn it, had full control of the Academy. They got their ass kicked, so it makes sense that the Carians would secure control of the Academy again after that. Renala is crazy in her room doing whatever the fuck she's doing. Moongram is guarding her. She's definitely not imprisoned. Hello, welcome. Are you serious? Fucking asshole. God damn it, why is he so good? Yeah, he has his stuff out. Loser. Oh yeah, he drops their shield, doesn't he? I guess we should read that. Get fucked, idiot. Yeah. A teardrop-shaped medium-sized shield. That's interesting that it says that it's teardrop-shaped, actually. I never paid attention to that. Embedded with blue glintstone, carried by the knights who serve the Carian royal family. Excels when facing magic or holy attacks. Just who were the knights preparing to fight? Oh, hello, puzzle-headed. How are you doing? This NPC should have his own great rune. He's a parry god, yeah. Actual chat, Moongram. Does it take like int to use? 15 int? Ew. Imagine having int. Da, da, da. There's a lot of teardrop symbolism, to be honest. Yeah, there is, but I didn't realize it was with the Carians besides like Loretta. But you're right. Who do you guys think created the Albinorics? Is it the Carians? I always assume it's the Eternal City, but there is no like The Nox, yeah. I feel like it's like the technology, quote unquote, comes from the Nox, but I'm not sure if the Nox are actually the one who made them, though. Like, I feel like all the Albinorics are on the surface, there is none underground. And technically, the dialogue says that they are born of a forbidden right of the Eternal City, not born in the Eternal City. You think they have been created by the Nox? Yeah. I mean, that's what I assumed too, but I'm wondering, honestly. Radagon, didn't he give Renala the rune? I think Radagon made them. You think Radagon made them? He did give Renala the egg, yeah. I mean, the egg... I mean, they are definitely the results of like their experiments on creating the mimic tears. Like, they are both said to be born of like silvery liquid. So it's not really hard to imagine. But the question is, the right is from the Nox, sure. But were the Nox actually the ones who like made them like in like great quantity, I guess? It's okay. It says the greatest enemy of the Albinorics were sorcerers. Like, they dropped their shield. Tall oval shield made of metal carried by young Albinorics. The ornamentation represents a primordial drop of dew from which they are said to have been created. Boasts exceptional magic damage negation. The Albinorics' most formidable foes were the sorcerers after all. Carians are the prototype or the original, like clones. Okay. So there is like 2 generations of them. There is like the frog ones and the legged ones. The ones that lose their legs. Celestial Dew says a hidden tier found in the Eternal City, also known as a night tier. Yep. Dew and tear are used like kind of interchangeably, like a drop of dew and tears, even for like crystal tears and the dew of the earth tree, like in general. Primordial dew makes me think of great tree sap. Yeah, but it's silver. Would great tree sap be silver? Because like the other items from the other Albinoric straight up says that they are born from like... What was it called? Like a silvery liquid? Like a mother silver? You think dew or tears are meant to be like star drops? Talisman depiction the drop of the earth tree sap. Yeah, I mean, you're right, but it's not just used for the tree, and it's not just used for like the silvery liquid of the Eternal City. Like, there is this like common thing they have, be it for the sap of the tree or for just like liquids of the Eternal City. Dukis Herba also says soaked in arcane dew. It gives off a faint glow of starlight. It glows under the fall sky. Wonder if silver dew could be the seed of a tree. I mean, I don't know about seed, but maybe a sap. It's also, you know what, that's actually like something I never thought about, but it really shows the like the attachment of the Nox to the tree, to the sap of the tree. And like the blessing of like dew and like tears that drop from it. Because it's something that remained in their culture, even after they were banished underground. Hmm. They do have a bunch of tree trunks on underground. That has to do with... I can't just say it right away, but I think those, like those big trees that they have underground, those are the great tree. Like the great tree wasn't like a big tree that was in place of the earth tree, though there might have been a somewhat big tree there. But I think like those giant tree chunks are what's known as the great trees in plural. And then when there is reference to great tree roots, that's what it means. It's reference to like the root network formed by those great trees. We need to go underground to talk about that more. They look like the Elden Beast arena, but look silver. You know, that's a good point. That's actually a good point. I don't have any... Really? One swing? Alright, are you gonna stop or... Just... Okay. Mega crackhead possibility. What if the Nox weren't just trying to make a god slash Elden Lord, but an Earth Tree too? Oh. Well, I have some theories for you, that's for sure. When we get to the underground, we're gonna talk about that more. It has to do with our favorite character, the Elden John Elden Ring. Mimic Great Tree? That's wild. I don't think they made a Mimic Great Tree, but that would be crazy. Ça arrive qu'il tombe bien. The Dew is straight up starlight shards. An ephemeral silver that gives off a pale blue glow that remains of a passing flash of starlight, used to gradually recover FP. A prize item that was once used in the Eternal City in an ingredient in an intoxicating drought. It is definitely similar to the Dew-Kissed Herb biome. I think the drought they are talking about is a drought that makes you a puppet. It's definitely an Eternal City thing. Also, guys, am I crazy? But how do you get up here? How do you get that item there? Since my first playthrough, I have yet to know how to get up there. Like, the only way I know how to do it is this way. But it feels like that's not intended. Like, it doesn't feel like that's how, like, normal FromSoft design. Like, it feels like speedrunning, you know? It doesn't feel like that's how you actually do it. God damn it. Torrent? You can't use torrent here. Hello, Zillion. Follow the message, precise, jump in. But is this like the normal way to do it? Il faut sauter le trou en dessous d'ici? Wait, really? Wait, you can go down and then make it there? There is no way. Ah, goddammit. That's the only way you know. That's the only way I know. You have done it, but you can't remember how. Try fingered butthole. Okay. Okay. There is a way down and up. Patience. Alright, so you guys saying there is a way, like, you go down. Alright, let me get, like, you go down here. Then you jump. Which puts you here. If you even can make that jump. Doesn't look like you can make that jump. I'm so confuzzled. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this jump. How did these guys like get thrown with a single R1? Oh yeah, this guy can jump up. Okay. All right, so I would have like jumped down here. Yeah, but how do you get up there? Like, is there a ladder if we go this way? Like, okay, you can't jump from here to here. Fine. But if I go this way, will I find a ladder that will push me all the way up for the smithing stone? I guess might as well check. Parkour. The path in front goes around the back. When I was there, I remember looking around and never found a way, any other way. Same, Zillion. I swear to God, I spent so much time on my first playthrough. I actually never found a way. Alright, let's check it out, I guess. There is no ladder so far. There is one here that I know of. There is an elevator. Alright, so just to be sure, I have to check the elevator, guys, right? There is nothing I'm missing here. Hello. Okay, but that puts you all the way up to the tower. Like, I'm going. Ah, just the ladder? Yeah. Okay. Alright. We're gonna figure this out. Okay, here we are. snake eater. Okay, I know of this. Oh, okay. So like this. Oh. That's how you get this item. All right, so if we went from down here, we would have to make this jump. Okay, I swear to God, I tried to make this jump so much and I never could. Is this jump possible? Okay, so like so far we are all on the same page. Like I knew this path. But the reason why I thought the only way like to get here to begin with was to do like the parkour thing up there is because I think I never was able to make this jump. You can make it, I have done it. Okay, alright, so should I do it? Are we just gonna die? We still have this section to explore actually. I don't know, that jump was pain. How much souls do I have? 18k. Do it. I see blood. Wait, he made it. That's not how he died. Alright, well, this guy did it. I thought he died by falling. Alright, you can make it, guys. You were right all along. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. I actually tried to do this jump so many times in my first playthrough and I failed it. And that's why I thought like doing the parkour thing was the only way. There is more treasure. Yeah, I know there is like more stuff this way. Oh shit. Jeez. That was close. Again. I keep getting so close to falling off while I'm reading chat. I need to chill on reading. That's how that other guy died, guaranteed. Yeah, he rolled off. Like the marionettes dropped on him and he rolled off. Like 2 times in a row I was about to fall. Sweated. What the hell is this? Guys, what is this? What the fuck is this? Is this supposed to be something? Careful with enemies. I don't think I have aggroed anyone yet, so I'm fine. That looks like it's something, like it's relevant. I want to have a better angle on it. Alright, what's the best way to go about this? I don't need to jump down yet, because I can get there from here. It's a parachute? Eh. Is this, can you find this anywhere else? Alright, I need to cook dinner. Good luck and catch you later, gamers. Thank you for hanging out, Rage. See you next time. Dun, dun. Is there any... No. Is there a mask here, I think? Ow. Lazuli. Oh, there we go. This is the crown of those guys. It's the Carian guys. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Royal Lucaria scholars who pursued were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence and dexterity at the detriment of HP. Scholar of the Lazuli Conspectus study Carian sorceries. A heterodox pursuit that view the moon as equals to the stars. And these are the guys we find like all around. And the only other place we find them is at the Carian Manor. Am I still... Ah, medium load now. Okay. Doesn't really fit. Could just wear the full set, I guess. Kind of boring though. I don't have anything that really fits. I'm gonna go with the full set for now. So these are Carian boys. Smithing Stone 4. Okay, almost fell. Da-da-dum, da-dum. Did that guy just fall? Oh, that's where you get the other one. Eh. Can we go back up from here? No, I guess not. Man, it's hard to like get everything in one go. Is it even possible to get everything in one go? I don't think so. Eh. I jump. Hello. Ow. Mm-mm. Oh wow, the rain stopped. Finally, after all these years in Royal Lucaria, the rain finally stopped. That's crazy. Can finally see the sky. Oh yeah, that's an invisible wall down there. I forgot. I forgot. Dun. Don't try to go down this to the cemetery. Yeah, I know that one is. I know the invisible wall in the entrance of Royal Lucaria for that one. Oof. Okay, that was close. Here, see these guys? Like, these guys are Carian affiliated and they are everywhere in the academy. Which really makes me think... It really makes me think that the academy is under Carian control now. Because of Taub's story? Yeah. His story is really sad. Also, there is a ladder I can kick down here. Yep. Another reason why there would be like... The academy would be Carian controlled right now. There is a page. Pages have nothing to do with the academy. They only serve like the noble families. So it has to be related to the Carian royal family. Really? Damn, dude. Outplayed. Actually destroyed. You hate his arbalete? Yeah. Oh, he dropped something. He dropped his sword. That's cool. Alright, you need to stop, guy. His sword has some cool lore too, I think. Sword with a glintstone in its handguard, wielded by the scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus, who seek to master Carian sorceries. Deals magic damage. Apparently once used as a staff of sorcery, this sword is made of wood. Dun, 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 dun. Reminds you of Zelda magic swords? Yeah. So why is a page guarding this? Why is someone who is in charge of the nobility and protecting them and affairs related to them hiding this room specifically? I have an idea. In my Selen video, I was saying that Selen is a Carian, right? And the reason why she was like banished and she was sentenced to death by the Carians is because of her like actions in like the Graven School stuff and the Primordial Current. I think if a page is hiding this room, it's because this room and this Graven Mass specifically has to do with Selen. It's one that Selen made. And the reason we find the staff of Lusat, or rather Azure, because Azure was banished a long time ago. And if this was something made by Azure, which we don't know if he did, we know they pursue the primeval currents, but they are not known for crafting like the Graven Masses. Selen is known for crafting them. But even though we find Azure's staff here, what's more interesting is that Azure was Selen's master. So it's not impossible that she inherited his staff after his banishment. You think Azure might have been a noble? That's a possibility, I guess. But there is nothing that indicates that. I would be more inclined to think, especially with how tied Selen is to the Graven Masses. And obviously, since I already have a theory about Selen being a Carian, that she was a noble, and that's why we have a page here guarding this room. It doesn't have much evidence towards it, it's just a thought I had. That's why I didn't include it in the video as an argument or anything, but it's still something interesting to think about. That's what graven means. Okay, archaic. Engrave. An inscription or image on a surface. That's interesting. Engrave. Dun, 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 da, 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 dun. Dun, dun, da, da, da. Alright, let's kill Renala. Archaic engrave. An inscription or image on a surface. There was also this, yeah. That's the same definition though that you pasted. Let's get some vigor, I guess. It is connected to digging and burying. Sheesh. All right. Let's not die to Renala. You know what I'm gonna do? I always wanted to get this, like a footage of something related to Renala's boss fight, so I'm gonna start the game in offline mode. So I can have the cam. So we can have a nice look at her mid cutscene. A real nice look at her. This. And Elden Ring offline. There we go. Why is everyone obsessed with death when they are presumed to live forever? You know what? That's a good question. Maybe that's why they are obsessed with death, because they are afraid of it. Because they want or expect to live forever. All right. I hope you guys are ready for this. Does this work? Yep. We're gonna take a real close look at Renala mid cutscene. That's gonna be fun. To use a way higher like model quality, it feels like, during the cutscene. It's also interesting to note how their eyes are half blue and half gold. I think it's the same with Renala.
Hush, little Culver.
There we go. Look at that. And just pause the game. Also Renala toes apparently. It's too bad there is depth of field. Wait, why are her... her eyes are going crazy. Like they're way to the side. I think I would have to pause and unpause the game. Can we get a good look at the egg in the cutscene? Oh. Here's the golden hair. Or the red hair, rather. Yeah, she's probably looking... like, the camera is not supposed to be her at this moment in the cutscene. That's why she looks weird. Here's the red hair that you guys can see. Not obviously red. There is a lot more somewhere. But I always have a hard time finding it. Eh. Is it here? No, it's too blurry to see here. Like these ones are the ones that are obvious, but there's a bunch inside her robe here, but it's clipping, so it's really hard to see. Nobody knows if it's Radagon's hair or Rani's. I think it's Radagon's. Obviously I'm biased because I have a theory about how Radagon was born from the egg. Let's pause and unpause the game for a second. Wait, that's not enough? Still Karis in it? There we go, now we see her eyes. Oh, her eyes are actually pure gold. That's interesting. Alright, now it's even more clipped in her robe in this cutscene. That's not helpful. Eh. I wouldn't be surprised if she is bewitched. Yeah. She could be very much so. Oh, is this where there's the bunch of hair? I see some inside. Yeah, there is some here, but it's hard to see. Yeah, there is a lot here. I don't know if you guys can see it well. Eh. Damn, this is giving me a headache trying to... Ah, whatever. This is a cool shot. Look at this. I could use this shot for a video, honestly. I'm not sure if she's talking about the player, no. So the ones who sings are the ones who cast the barrier and are the ones who shoot like the books at you, as far as I know. Is the game too loud, by the way? Oh shit, we need to... Okay, guys. We need to pay attention here. God damn it, can't see it, it's blurry. Nice egg, by the way. Here, let's take a good perspective on this, like this. So we can clearly see it. Ah.
Of the last queen of Caria, Granala of the full moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
In the end, I would be ready to believe that the thing the page is guarding is referenced in Selen. I think it's a possibility.
Come, oath-sworn giant.
No! God damn it. Oh, this is bad. Move! Okay, why? I locked onto the dragon behind me. Are you serious?
Little Rani, my dear,
My dear daughter.
weave thy night into being.
So the interesting thing about this cutscene is that you have a second Renala that appears from the egg. Alright, and it's not the Renala that's next to you crawling. It's not the crazy Renala, it's a different Renala. And you kill her, and you actually kill her. And it's like, it's a real Renala. She gives you like a remembrance for killing her. So it's not an illusion, it's a Renala. It's just another Renala. But it's not the Renala that was next to you crawling. It's not this one that's in front of us right now. Like the bewitched one, the crazy one.
From whence ye hide.
So what does it show? Like, does it actually show the egg's ability to literally like create clones of people?
Gravestones, to be better born anew.
Because it wasn't an illusion, and that was a different Renala that just appeared out of nowhere in front of us from the egg. And that kinda goes back to the Radagon theory of being born of the egg as a copy of Marika. Like, the egg seems to have that ability, and we see it with the Renala boss fight. No. So, Sortier. Jaren has to kill Selen because the Carians asked him. Like, if you talk to E.G., the Carian blacksmith, he says he has to remind Jaren of an old promise he made to the Carians, which is related to killing Selen, and that's where he describes her as the Carian weed. And the reason why he wants... Sorry, give me a second. This song is really bad. It's bothering me. There we go. And the reasons the Carians want to kill Selen and like task Jaren with doing that is because of her, like, because she's the Graven Witch, but also because she is Carian herself. And that's why she's described as the Carian weed. So you think that Renala could be a remembrance materialized by Rani? You know, that's possible. But here's the thing. She doesn't look like a remembrance. Like when we fight Godfrey in the capital, and we fight like Godfrey first Elden Lord, like the first gold Godfrey we fight, that would be a remembrance of Godfrey, and I would agree with that. But first of all, it's a golden remembrance hewn from the earth tree, right? It doesn't have a physical form. It looks like a spirit or a ghost, you know? It's not like literally a living human being in front of you, like the Renala we fought. Like if she was always like blue, like glowing blue, like a ghost or a spirit, like a remembrance, then I would agree. You know? I feel like the fact that we fought Godfrey shows that if she was a remembrance, she wouldn't like literally be flesh and blood, you know? She would be like kind of like Godfrey, but maybe in blue. Gamer dodges? Hell yeah. Easiest fight of my life. Where did ye flee? The version in front of me gives you vibes she can't walk. I didn't pay attention to the eyes. God damn it, I should have. I should have paused the game to check the second Renala's eyes. It does make sense she would have different like looking eyes, as that one wouldn't be bewitched, you know? This one looks like she's like straight up. Like it shows in her, like her eyes are gold. It shows that she's like a bit crazy. Bruh, how much more souls do I need? Really? 10 souls? Why did Morgoth ignore Raya Lucaria? In what way? Like, what do you mean by ignore Raya Lucaria? There was a theory that like Renala had 4 children, by the way. Like I remember there was a theory that Renala had 4 children. And the theory was that she had 4 children because of the 4 cradles in her room. But we only knew of 3, which would be Rani, Radahn, and Rykard. Bro, nice eyes. Can't see at all. This one still has like golden grayish eyes, it seems. Damn, they are really low quality compared to the cutscene version. The egg! Alright, these are the hairs we saw earlier. Can I see the other ones now? Oh, there we go. You see that? Look at all of this. Oops. Yeah, there is a lot more hair at the bottom of the egg. What stops Morgoth? Well, probably Rani. I mean, it's not that easy, you know. Like, by that justification, we also we can kill all the demigods in one-on-one combat and take their great rune. Technically, it doesn't mean that like the other demigods can do the same thing the player does. Like, this is why the player is a champion in a way, you know. Like, this is why the demigod is the one that end up being like, I mean, the player end up being Elden Lord. It's because he was stronger than Morgoth and the other demigods. All right, we're done with Raya Lucaria. We could go underground, we could go to the plateau, we could go to Volcano Manor, we could go Kiroradan and open up Nokron. That's also an option. Looking in all directions without thinking. I mean, that's fine. It's by asking questions that you, like, you know, start considering different perspectives and reach different conclusions. All right, cool. Oh yeah, I could get my second talisman pouch. This line is so weird to me. Who had 2 great runes before the player? And whose great runes were they? Be right back.
Seek the Erd Tree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. The Fingers expect as much from you as they do young Gideon. Take this, a token of farewell.
I'm back. I hope I'm not too late. Maybe it was Vike. So here's the issue. This is my least favorite part of the Elden Ring lore is... Sure, maybe it was Vike, maybe it was Bernal. But whose great runes did they get? Did they get like Godric and Renala's great rune in their own world? Do they have like their own world, or are we all part of the same lands between? And that's why I hate this part of the lore, because that's something that comes from Dark Souls. But it doesn't make a lot of sense in Elden Ring, because in Dark Souls it was part of the lore, like the parallel universes that would intersect, time being convoluted and all of that. In Elden Ring it's just weird. Like, for example, Bernal. Bernal exists straight up as an NPC in our world. It's so weird to me that Bernal would exist in our world, meet us. I don't know. Can you check the camera out of bound and see what's around the round table hold? Curious if they have assets floating around and such. Sure. What if the real Two Finger were the friends we made along the way? Maybe. The fingers look nasty. Yeah. Like they are like rotting. Ah. Oh my god, the camera. Alright, there we go. I think what was here was just Gideon's room. Yeah, this is just Gideon's room. The camera goes crazy. Okay, my head hurt now. What is going on? I need to reset. Just to hurt my head. Doesn't seem like there is anything floating out of bounds, actually. Unlucky. I think it's possible the demigods were resurrected and only the rune of death could kill them forever. I mean, even if you resurrect the demigods, surely you can't duplicate their great rune. So, like, you know, there would be only one great rune. You wonder if it's not like the Nexus? The round table is not like the Nexus? Maybe. It's weird. It has to be parallel worlds unless it's not. I don't know. Just weird. Very weird. Dun, 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 dun. Let's use the Arsenal Charm. Maybe now I can carry a bow. Or another shield, maybe. Can I have a bow? Oh, I can. This is Barry. No. This is nothing. Shut up. Ash of War. Nothing. Also, I want to switch my sword, Ash of War. Let's play with Bloody Slash. I think there is a multiverse involved here besides the actions of the player character. Yeah, maybe. It does seem like it. I mean, we have the whole invasion system, right? In multiplayer. Where do we go now? Should we go... We haven't done any mini dungeons or anything, which is not ideal. Have we not been doing Fia's quest? We should. Rogier!
We meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
About the corpse under Stormvale.
That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the Golden
Carian Manor, yeah, we could do that one too, yeah.
before the shattering of the Elden Ring.
We have to do it anyways if we want to do Fia's quest. So yeah.
The Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden.
Murdered.
The first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary. You defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormvale, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
I'm not sure if I went to the Alpenoric village. I would have to check.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore. So you've met Dee. Dee is an old friend.
These nuts.
Found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends. Dee was telling me
Got him.
that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person, and if they were like you, all the better.
Holy shit, I completely skipped over that. So Dee straight up tells Rogier that he found the mark of the centipede. I completely skipped over that. He's right there, so dramatic. Dude, he's shy. He's embarrassed. But I completely zapped over the fact that Dee straight up says he found the mark. As far as I understand, he used the other Dee found Godwyn and used the dagger to carve out the mark and took it away. Because he's the beholder of death, right? And the dagger he uses is the withered dagger Fia gives you to find its owner. The weird part is, how did the mark come from the underground D to the above ground D? Didn't it say that they never met before? So how did he give it to this D that is here? Unless it's like a magical mark, like it's bound to the soul. And since they have the same soul, since one of them took it, he took the metaphorical mark. And so he has it. I don't know. I don't know how to trigger his quest line. Do I have to talk to Fia? Boom, boom. I don't even need to talk to Fia actually, right? I can just go get the knife print. Do I have any souls?
Greetings, are you here for...
There is something you should know. Oh, it's about the...
I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the...
Wait, Dunk Eater is already here?
I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse.
I don't think you need to talk to her for the knife print. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Malice in itself, a plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
Dunk Eater gotta be like the creepiest thing in this game.
I'd like to ask you a small favor. Can you take this little one along with you? They can't be summoned here, but the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little un.
The little one. So interesting that the spirit of a little girl is a jellyfish. So it's a human spirit. Really? I have 0 ghost glove worth? Are you kidding me? I guess we haven't been to any catacombs, have we? Bruh. Bro. I shouldn't upgrade this too much, honestly, should I? Whatever. You know what? Let's go to our dead little children. I love this bit. Yeah, it's also weird. Are all spirits not necessarily animals? Like, what about like the spirits? Deers and the hawks that we found in the mountaintops. Are they also people or are they spirit animals? You know what? Let's go to the knife. Let's go do the black knife catacombs for now. Ta-da! I like Orgier lore. Like, he gives so much exposition. One of the best source of lore. The moon. Death Grab. I love how the Death Grab has like Godwin eyes and hair. Like, look at this. Look at this beautiful golden hair. You think it's just a jellyfish? I mean, maybe. The Stormhawk King was a monarch, so who knows? Yeah. Ew. He's kind of doing the pot emote right now. He's doing... He's doing pot friend. Look at this. He's doing pot friend, like do this IRL. Look at it. I commend Neil. Pretty cool. A mariner. Honestly, these hexagonal buildings and these bridges are just Eternal City architecture. Like remember this. Remember this architecture, remember these statues. Remember the bridges, like the architecture of them. This is all the divine bridges are made of the same thing. Like they're of the same style. This is Eternal City architecture. The only difference is the like black stone they use. They use a different stone underground. I really want a Spirit World DLC so bad. That's indeed some very fancy lace, yeah. I only have one thing to say about this design. Also, this light looks like the color of Saint Trina's light. So this lace here honestly looks kind of similar to the one, the worm faces, like the worm face in Altus Plateau in the forest has. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same, but it's the only thing I can think of. Like just white lace like this. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it, so that we can compare it later. There we go. Also of this. Like these medallions. Because they might actually be the same medallions around the bodies of the worm face that are on Farum Azula. So that's something we can check later. I just realized like the mariners are more purple color themed, which is more like Saint Trina stuff actually. Like even their lights, the lamp they have is colored like the same shade of purple as Saint Trina lamp, torch rather. There is a Redditor that has a theory about Saint Trina and Mikela. I mean, everyone has a theory about Saint Trina and Mikela and the Millennia. Holy shit, he hurts. I mean, go ahead, you can share if you think it has to do with the rune of the unborn. Yeah, sure, go ahead, you can post it if you want. If someone is interested, he's gonna click it then. Could be... Makes sense that the Mariner is linked to Saint Trina, seeing as Charon. They pass through worlds. Only the world of the dead could be the world of sleep. As Charon, they pass through... The Charon passed through worlds? I didn't know that. Only the world of the dead could be the world of sleep. Something like this. There is something like that Rage mentioned the other day, like torpor, which is like a sleep akin to death in Greek mythology, I think. I would have to check that, honestly. They're obviously like inspired by Charon, that's true. So I would need to check, like, look more into it. We should play Hades on stream one day. Oh yeah, sleep is the brother of death. You're right. Mm-hmm. I knew that from the Hades game, by the way. Much of my Greek mythology comes from Hades, sadly. Some Hades. I'm really bad at it. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Ow. Ow. So, do you mean like the rune of Melina? Because you have been saying millennia. Because yeah, I can definitely see the rune of the unborn being Melina's rune. Ah, you mean why would this be Melinia's rune? Like Melinia already has her rune. Personally, also take it to be Melinia's rune. Why? Okay, is this the first or second Liurnian War monument? The second Liurnian War. Victory, no victory for the golden nor for the moon, no prize by but atonement to the birth of a vow. Bum bum. Bum bum. I would have to go check the theory to read it properly. Ba-da-da. Bum. Ah, this place is so important. This place is so important. All right, I will check it out.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Miriam, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know. You wish to know more of Lord Radagon? Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erd Tree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Dark Pope! Just slapped his ass. So which okay, we can go underground here, which I would really like to. Man, we haven't been underground already. Ah. Man, there is too much to do in this game, man. These streams are... I mean, it's nice that we are taking our time, but holy shit. We're gonna be done next year with the first playthrough. Oh, there's a big bear here, isn't there? Dun, 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 dun. Ah, yes. The old palace ruin. The lore area. I feel like I could make this jump. No. I think I could. Hell yeah! You can. Parkour moment. We'll be at New Game +7 in no time. Yep, any moment now. Any moment now. Da-dum, da-da-dum, da-dum. I wonder why there wasn't any Scarlet Rush problems here. I guess it's kind of sealed deep underground. Who knows, man? Who knows? So these mausoleums have no bell, and apparently you cannot duplicate the souls of the shard bearers in these. Are they sleeping? Wait, do they actually sleep at night? Wait, that's a thing? I never knew this. Is it bugged or is this actually something they do at night? I mean, I rested at the bonfire. I should have reset the enemy even if they are bugged. Oh, now he's waking up. It was sleeping. Wait, is this morning? No. Gwynori, thank you for the raid. Hello everyone from Gwynori's stream. How was Dark Souls 2? Da, 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 da. Hello Shiva. She killed the spooder. Oh, wait, the big one with two faces? Can't duplicate anything here. Okay. I guess I only have shard bearer remembrances. Alright, Gwynori, did you know this? Apparently, like, the mausoleums sleep. Look, they don't move. I think it's sleeping because it's night. It's kind of cute. Let's test it out. You saw one not moving. I thought it was a bug or something. Let's test it out. Let's see. Oh, now he's moving. No, he... Wait, is he... He's still not moving. He just went in, like, sleeping position. Alright, is it actually night? Let me see. Let's go to noon and see if he moves now. Oh, now he moves. I can hear him. Yeah, now he's moving. No way. That would be so cool. All right, let's put it at night now. I wonder if it's all the mausoleums or just these two. Past time, nightfall. Oh, he's moving. God damn it. Maybe give it a second. Maybe it's after midnight that they sleep, okay? No, was it just a bug? That would suck. Can you check the timing game? Let's give him a second and see if he still moves. Since I'm here, might as well fight the tree spirit, because why not? I wonder why they are worshipping the minor earth tree. Ow. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Oh god, I almost died there. I was supposed to go to the catacombs, but I can still get to them from up here anyways, so... whatever. Alright, let's go check on him if he's still... if the mausoleum is still walking now. Now it's night, you know? God damn it, he's still walking. It was just a bug. Feels bad. Or maybe... nah, just cope him at this point. I don't know if you guys know about this skip. So you can get to like to the Frenzy Village without having to go from all the way around here. You can do this skip here. It's a fairly easy one. Don't fall. God damn it. I love this skip, so video gamey. Yeah, it's the Mario skip. Hello, Centrina, by the way. How are you doing? Ah, I fucked it up. God damn it. Stop. Torrent is so slippery sometimes. It's insane. There we go. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of revenants that spawn here, don't they? Ew, ew. This is very ew, but I gotta try something. There we go. This is a good opportunity to take a good look at them. Alright, let's check them out. They have yellow and blue on their eyes. Okay. Nice bell, bro. What is this? What is this supposed to be? Why is it not just a ball? They have two torsos? Yeah, I think you can see them from here. But I guess with the clothes it's not that clear. Yeah, they have two torsos. Here's the first and here's the second. Nice bell. I think it's possible that Reni's mentor could be the equivalent of Enya Mepo, but for the stars and the spirits. For the stars and the spirits? Maybe. Talking about Reni's mentor, she's probably one of these guys. Or at least similar to them. She has 4 arms, like Rani's doll. Like the bell Rani gives you is from her mentor. I mean, she says it's from the previous owner of Torrent, who is a spirit horse. If we assume it's Rani's master, then it was one of these guys. Like they have like spirit calling bells. Also, none of these have it, but some of them have a spirit horse. Like 4 arms, spirit calling bell, spirit horse, Rani's master. She was similar to one of these guys, it seems. Enya is the finger reader. They're looking a little tense. You know, all in all, this wasn't too bad of a detour. We can just drop to the catacombs from the tombstones here anyways. Why is a Karian guy guarding this rise? Is there... What's in this rise, by the way? Rune Bear skip plant, I know. Does anyone remember what's in this rise? Is it like the Haima sorceries? Memory stone, that's it. It's fairly generic then. I can't get there. I think you need the erudition, like emotes, to get into this rise, I think. Right? Oh well, whatever. Just gonna drop here. Oh shit, am I... Canon of Haima and Gavel of Haima, from what I'm reading. Yeah, so it's the Haima sorceries. That's kind of odd that there is a Karian Knight guy. protecting that. If it was related to the Karian family, I would expect there would be something like relevant to them inside. It's interesting there is a lot more of the jellyfish at night. So there is a connection between like night and spirits. Like maybe the connection to the spirit world is stronger at night or something. I don't know. Let's go, bitch. Okay, we can't parry that one. Can't parry the shield bash. Asshole. Dun dun dun. Honestly, this is one of the more interesting dungeons in the game. There is something specific I want to pay attention to. Is the dungeon actually overrun by Death Root or no? Like Death Root or no? Because it has skeletons, but in the other catacombs that have like undeads rather than gargoyles, you can find the death roots around. But I feel like in this dungeon you can't. Just your average great tree roots. Did we talk about the root resin yet? We should. It's really important. Resin secreted from the roots of the great tree. Can also be found near trees on the surface, material used for crafting items. The roots of the great tree were once linked to those of the earth tree. Or so they say. It is for this reason catacombs are built around great tree roots. Wait, did my game just crash? No, it just alt-tabbed for some reason. This is our first mention of Great Tree. Very similar to the Eye of Yellow. Like the resin. Keep in mind the red resin and the white roots. The great tree roots are white. Like the roots that you find in the catacombs are actually white and have like red highlight. Okay, so these guys are raised by necromancers. And you can't keep them down anyways. Interesting. I think all there is here is Ross's axe, I think. Is the resin an intoxicant in our world? I mean, I have no idea, but I would assume maybe to a level. Took you a lot of time to realize we could go up. Yeah, so these catacombs have no sign of death root. It's interesting because it seems like the undeath that is going on in these catacombs is not... It's a different kind than the one from those who live in death. Alright, let's bully the assassin. Whoa, rude. God damn, it's always late on that parry. I like fighting these guys, they are really fun. I think Electro is the one that has the complete moveset, right? The one in the Everjail. No, that's a grab! God damn it. Alright, let's not die now. Let me heal! He does have more moves. Yeah. Black knife print. Lore! One of the night... Okay, on the night of the Black Knife, someone stole a fragment of death from Maliketh, the Black Blade, and imbued its power into the assassin's daggers. This mark is evidence of the ritual and hides the truth of the conspiracy. We need to go talk to Rani. Not really, it doesn't really look like a centipede, honestly. I mean, I guess you could see that it has like the shape of a centipede. Oh god, is that a death crab? Oh, it looks so weird. I never realized. Look at this. Oh god. Oh, it's an undead crab. Jesus. The fuck? Oh, this is disgusting. BRB? Alright. Are the small ones like that too? Yeah, they are also... Ew. Of course, more crabs. Da, 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 da. Ah. So there really is no death roots here. That's interesting. So the whole thing is purely from the necromancers and their influence. There's lore drama. Oh boy, like I should change my title. That was like way earlier in the stream. Like someone released a video about how someone stole someone else's lore theories and made like he plagiarized his video to make another video. Yeah. And we watched the video at the beginning of the stream. It was funny. It was funny. Oh no. God damn it. No, no, roll. Roll, please. No, don't kill me. Oh, my souls. I hate this dungeon. I hate this boss fight. Alright, asshole. Just you and me now. I'm in the wrong neighborhood, basically, yeah. Interesting. I should check the VOD then. I can't see why you would. Okay. Look at these roots. They are white roots with like red, like resin, orange highlights. But their actual colors is like white roots, like similar to the ones on the ground here. You call this ganking? Okay. Keep in mind like the color of the actual catacomb roots. It's gonna be relevant later. Woo! I guess next step is going to... Well, first let's give the mark to Rogier. Then he's gonna send us to Rani. Ow. Bruh. I'm kinda broke. Rogier! I got the knife.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need? This is a black knife print. I can scarcely believe you managed to get your hands on this. You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City. Entirely of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint. Half my body has been suffused with death. I'm certain it will help me see. Oh.
Need to rest, I guess.
Hello. I was hoping to see you. My examination is complete. Here's the knife print back, with my thanks.
Sheesh.
Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani. One of the children born to King Consort Radagon and his first wife, Ronala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint. Truly, you have my thanks. But if I might be so bold, I would like to ask something more of you.
Is there any other use of the knife prints?
Then she should bear the curse mark of destined death.
I don't think so. Maybe you can show it to Fia, but she tells you to give it to Rogier anyways. Maybe?
I have some idea of Rani's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. It is is the familial home of the Karian royals, from whom Rani descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Rani's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born. I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death? The very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order. By Dee's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the curse mark to save them. You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the order.
Cool. I probably need this lady to kill Dee. Shut up! Just hug me! Hello, Rage. Welcome back. Dun, dun. Gotta go. Have a great rest of the stream and good luck with the big with big game. Thank you for hanging out. Bye bye. Take care.
What you felt light up inside, it is. Come back. I will take.
Bum 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 ba-da-dum, bum 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 ba-da-dum. Da-da-dum, dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum.
I am pleased to
Dum,
see
dum,
you. Would you like
da-da-dum.
me to hold you? What blessing is? Would you like now? You are so. I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like
Chickpea burgers.
often as it takes.
Okay, this is interesting. She said before she could bring him back to life, she was awakened by the guidance of grace. But that means she was dead. Dun, 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 dun.
My dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them? A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind. I'd like you to find it's a very then good day to you.
Or sleeping. Isn't she sleeping when we fight 40 sacks? You know what? That's a good point. But like as far as we know, the guidance of grace is granted undead tarnished. But I'm not sure if it's a rule, if you have to be dead. Mm, 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 mm. Kind of alive or alive to try to bring people back. Yeah. Once again, death and sleep are very similar, yes.
We meet again. I'm glad you took my warning to heart. Those who live in all the more.
Okay.
Well, another fool who won't listen to reason, eh? But with a prowess for weeding Deathroot. How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to hunt more of those who live in death and weed their Deathroot, then I'll introduce you to Garank, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to, and the beast himself wishes for someone to take my place. What say you? Very well. Show me. I've marked the... It will lead... What is it? The map indicates where it will lead you... Well, what have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work, bringing this to me. Did you need something?
Is he dead? No, Fia! D.
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place, the stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble. And now, I must bid you goodbye as well, though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hall. I am Fia, deathbed companion, hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
Encha. Just T-poses out of existence. The rip. Honestly, this makes me think. I'm not sure, like... Was Godwyn the exalted noble Fia was sleeping with to begin with? Or was it something outside of the lands between? There is deathbed companion stuff in Lanedale. So you know. Kind of assumed she was a tarnished. And she kinda is, I guess. But I kinda assumed she was from outside the lands between, but... Are we sure the noble she was sleeping with wasn't Godwyn to begin with? She calls them both exalted nobles. Got some fashion though. Oh, it looks so bad. It's possible. I like the cape of this armor, but I don't like the rest of the armor. Honestly, it kind of looks like... I'm not sure what this crest is. I don't think I have seen it anywhere else. It's very hard to mix and match. Yeah, it doesn't match anything else. It's like either you wear the full set or nothing. Dun, dun, dun. I want Vagram. Vagram? The Bloody Wolf. The set of the Bloody Wolf. Dun. Man, there is so much to do in this game, man. We're never gonna get around to do everything. Alright. It's been 5 hours. It's gotta be the longest stream I have done. So thank you everyone for hanging out. But we're gonna be ending here. Dun dun dun. So yeah, anyways, thanks for hanging out. See you next time. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream tomorrow or after tomorrow. Anyways, hope you guys had fun. Bye bye.